Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tardis Zone live. As you have seen there, we are using the hashtag cancel Doctor Who, hashtag boycott Series 12. Without respect, we reject. Tolson Cole has decided to open his big mouth and to hit out our fans. He should be actually quite lucky and quite privileged the fact that he's got to work on such a great show as Doctor Who. Obviously, these people do not respect fans. Chris Chibnall also has called the rumours of his departure bullshit. Yes, he has actually used the word bullshit, Mr. Pottymouth, just like the rest of the fucking idiots part of this production crew, think it's okay to go and attack the fans. Well, we're here to tell you, no, you can't. And without respect, we reject. So take your Doctor Who, shove it where the sun don't shine, because this fandom here is rejecting your pile of shit. Now we'll leave this up here. Hopefully people can see it. There we go. So we've got plenty to talk about tonight. There's plenty of people that want to ring in tonight. There's plenty of angry voices out there. Now, I will say about this rumor, okay? Because here's the thing. It's stuck around, right? But I was thinking about, and I've been thinking about it since I spoke about it. And I was just thinking to myself, what if this was a pro Jodie supporter that started all this up? And obviously, it's gotten all the fandom in and all the YouTubers basically in a bit of a tizzy, and the sources, believe it or not. Because it just seems so ridiculous and outrageous. I can't actually see it happen. But the reason why I want to highlight it is because it's not the first time we've heard this sort of rhetoric come out of Cardiff or out of this production team. Now, I did a video again on Beth from the Time Ladies because, you know, that tweet, that discriminatory tweet that she put up. Now, she obviously got wind of the video because she retweeted it on her page. She sends her love, by the way. So thanks very much for that. But I don't need your love. What I need you to do is keep your mouth shut and stop actually slating the male side of this fandom, because you're another disgrace. And it's people like you. You say you don't work for Doctor Who magazine. Well, technically you're part of the Time team, right? And you're part of the Time Ladies that has been added to the Time team, and you do write articles for the Doctor Who magazine. So the fact that you've kind of come out and said that you're confused, that you don't write for the Doctor Who magazine, you actually do through the Time team, and obviously you're one half of the Time Ladies. Now, the thing is, I have a follow-up video, and I don't really give a crap. I told you already. I'm going to expose all these idiots for who they are. Now, you say you don't work for the magazine. Well, I've got proof that you actually do. Benjamin Cook was the one that actually brought you on board. There's 12 of you. And he has write articles for Doctor Who magazine. So if that isn't working for Doctor Who magazine, I don't know what is. But you seem to live in this little bubble with the rest of the idiots that you associate with, and you seem to have contempt for the male fans of this fandom. And as I said, and sorry about the washing machine, I actually put the washing on at the wrong time, but we'll just keep talking for a minute anyway. Oh, by the way, thank you everybody that wished me and Cheryl a happy anniversary. Dan put up a lovely post as well up on one of the Facebook groups as well. That was nice of you, and everybody that has wished us a happy anniversary as well. We really appreciate it. I actually enjoyed this week off, to be honest with you. I didn't do a couple. Yeah, I've been off for a few days anyway, and it was great. But I'm back. But this rumor has kind of given me a second lease of life now, You know, this channel kind of went away from what it originally was doing, and that was exposing people like this. And some people thought I was going too far, which is fair enough. Maybe I had to be reined in a little bit. Now I know that this is just a rumor, but this is a rumor that won't go away, and it's annoying me because it's one of those rumors. I don't know if anybody seen me last night, but I got a little bit. I tried to hold it together. To be quite honest with you, I did get a little bit upset, and I'm not going to apologise for that, and I won't. And I already see that the Sharks are circling around me already because Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker have basically come out and said that they're staying, and the Sharks are circling already, ready to cut me head off. All I'll say is this, right? Whether they go or not now at this stage, um, I'm not bothered, right? Because I've got a new goal now. And my goal is to rally this fan base, right? And other YouTubers are going to do the same. And we're going to call for an all-out boycott anyway. So whatever plans BBC do actually have, if they do have plans to keep Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall past Series 12, well, we will make the decision for them. It's about time that this side of the fandom actually go up off their arses and actually start speaking up, because the other side are a small minority, but they've been speaking up a lot, right? We've got the bigger numbers, but yet we're the most silent on this side of the fandom. Now, I will encourage every single person here that doesn't have a YouTube channel, right, to start putting content on your YouTube channel. Those people that have YouTube channels, right, what you can do right now is, what I want you to do is, every single person that has a YouTube channel that puts content on their channel, what I want you to do right now is to put your YouTube channel in the live chat. I want as many people that subscribe to me to subscribe to all those other channels, because I will need all those other channels now to start going after the BBC, to start exposing this ridiculous agenda. And the way they treat the fans. I mean, Tolson Cole and now Chris Chibnall in the same week having a go at fans on the week of the anniversary. These people just have no respect. So I've heard Gary use this term a lot on his channel. He says, without respect we reject, or something like that it is. So that's what I'm going to say here. Without respect we reject. Those people do not respect the fans, so why should we respect what they put out there? Okay, it's absolutely ridiculous, and I've just had enough. I've had enough. What's the deal with the timeless child? Yeah, this keeps popping up all the time. To be honest with you, I don't even want to go there, to be honest. I'm just so peed off. I had me say last night, right? Well, I had more than to say last night. I had a rant last night, and I'm not going to say sorry for it either. And I don't regret it. I was angry. Yes, it is only a rumor, but the fact that it's even being contemplated, you know what I mean? No way. No way. But we've got the Doctor Who trailer tomorrow. So I put up a Twitter poll, and I asked people if they wanted me to do a reaction to the trailer. So it looks like I'm going to be doing a reaction to the trailer. But I'm going to dissect this trailer. I'm not just going to do a round. I'm going to look at everything that's in this to find out if there's anything, because no. Look, I'm asking you to boycott the series, and I'm asking you to not watch, basically, and to stop buying merchandise for now. Hit them where it hurts. But at the end of the day, I will still do what I have to do, which is the reviews, but I won't be giving the BBC a view. And I won't say how I'll be watching Doctor Who, the new series of Doctor Who, but just put it this way, the BBC won't be getting my viewership rating anyway. You can be guaranteed about that. They won't be getting nothing from me. You know, I've just had enough of this whole era now. I'm done. I'm done with this era, and I think the best thing to do is to bring this show down. To save it from any further damage, I believe right now, and I can't believe I'm saying this, that we as fans will have to bring this show down. And how we bring this show down is we stop watching. And I'm sorry, we have to. And it's for its own good. And there'll be some people that will criticize me for saying it. I don't care. For its own good, for the legacy of all those men that played the Doctor before, we must kill this show. And that's why I got upset last night. Because I know what we must do as a fandom. And it's horrible. Because it has to happen. It must be. Put it out of its misery, says Glenn. Exactly. It's time. I never thought I'd actually go and utter those. I have uttered boycott Series 12 before, or Series 11. But this is different. This is different. I'm actually adamant this time. It's over. And it breaks me heart. Really does. I couldn't even bring myself to watch classic Doctor Who last night. I was that upset. And you know what? There'll be people that'll be watching this live stream laughing their heads off, right? And to those people that are laughing their heads off, all I'll say to you is that's why I'm a fan, and that's why you'll never be a fan of this show, because you just don't get it. Some people have an emotional attachment to this show. Fans that have been watching it since 2005 have an emotional attachment to that era more than that, right? But I have an emotional attachment all the way through. And it just kills me. I mean, I've heard more stuff again today. So apparently, if true, right now, I was talking to people. I will say that the actor that plays Tim Shaw has either denied or dismissed the rumor that he's going to appear in Series 12. But what he has says is that the agency that he works for has put people's names up that have worked for Doctor Who before. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because are probably all confused right now. Well, see, he put Freegma's name up. Frigga Angiman, the one that played, obviously, Martha Jones, right? But it said starring Manip Gill and her, right, for Series 12, right? So, with the other rumour of Una coming back, it actually makes sense if Martha Jones is coming back. Now, this Chris Chibnall has already bigged up the first episode. He's already said it's going to be something that we've never seen before, right? It's going to be spectacular. Bradley Walsh, I should say, has also come out and said that it's going to be spectacular and there's going to be some really scary monsters, right? So they've already started through the media to hype this series up. Now, apparently, here's the thing, right? So, apparently, with the rumours that have been thrown. Now, listen, you've probably seen that I've been throwing up a lot more rumour than I normally have, right? And I've been throwing up other rumours as well, right? I've been throwing up other people's rumours because I believe that, I should get a fuller picture of I do throw up the rumour. And it is interesting looking at all these. I'm not saying all these rumours are fact, but another rumour is this, right? So apparently Yasmin Khan, Manip Gill's character, is going to be kidnapped, right? And is going to be turned into a Cyberman. Now, I've no problem with that, right? Except he's ripping off Moffat with the Bill Potts one, right? But here's the thing. Some fan put up and turned around and says if Yasmin Khan ends up being converted into a Cyberman, that'll be the second lesbian that's been converted by the Cyberman. Now, firstly, Manip Gill, Yasmin Khan, has never actually come out and said that she's lesbian. Right? There was a throwaway line, wasn't it Arachnids or something, where the mother said, is that your girlfriend or something? Right? That was it. A throwaway line. So these people have already made up their mind that she's a lesbian. But but this is what's wrong with these fans. That's all they think about. They think about whether a character is lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, whatever, non-binary, whatever all the other ones are. Do you know what? I've lost count of how many bleeding feckin' genders and binaries and feckin' isms there is at this bleeding stage. We're getting out of hand, to be quite bleeding honest. Why can't it just be about the characters? Well, I don't give a fuck what their sexual preferences are. I don't care what they identify as. Can we not just have decent characters, right? With decent story arcs, right? With decent stories. We've lost the plot. We've lost the plot. We've lost the plot. We have lost the plot. Now, I know loads want to talk tonight, right? Now, and I know there's a lot of passions high as well because I've seen it all over. And I've heard some of you have already wrote to me saying you want to have a right out rant. Don't mind if you want to come on and have a right out rant, but just don't say that and you're going to regret because, you know, emotions do run high, but I don't want you to get into trouble. So just like try keep your emotions in check. I know it's hard. I'm being honest. I know it's a rule, but this one that rumor just sucker punched me because I dismissed it, thought I debunked it, and I still think I have debunked it. But you know what? At this stage, what's happened is I just don't know. Everybody's getting confused, and I think Gary is right. I think Gary said somewhere in the comments there that we should ignore all rumors. And do you know what? I think that is a great point. I just see someone has gone. Hold on. There's something wrong. Did I miss something? Oh, good night, Paul. Paul has left, has he? All right. I'm sorry. I know some people probably don't want me talking about this topic, but look, I mean, it's been highlighted everywhere else. And I mean, I think it is important to be highlighted. And the thing about it is like we've had rumors in the past that have turned out to be true. So I mean, I can understand some people just want to kind of get away from this kind of for a while because it's getting a bit crazy. I understand that, but listen, Paul, listen, look after yourself, pal. I'll talk to you soon. Right, so here's the deal. Obviously, I've already asked people if they wanted to ring in tonight. I asked last night and I asked in the chat. So I'll read out the names that I have. If I can remember where I put the book. Oh, there. Right. Now, so we have Gary to call in. We have Daniel, Stephen, Lee, and we've got Blue Bonnet Hoovian. That's who I have down on the list so far. So if there's anybody else that would like to join that list, please text me on Messenger now. Okay, Gary has said I can bump him down the bottom of the list. That is fine, Gary. That is no problem at all. So we will just wait. So if anybody else would like to ring in, please send me a message on Messenger. Now, while I'm waiting on a few messages, I will do the usual call outs as I do. And then we'll get straight onto the calls and we'll see what all you guys actually have to say. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. because people are going to have different opinions. And don't get me wrong, in no way am I saying that this latest rumor is true. I actually still believe it's horseshit, but it just dawned on me yesterday, though. Chris Chibnall would be capable of doing something like that, and that's what I actually got us scared for the show. To be honest with you, I know it sounds stupid, but that's why I got upset, because he could actually do it if he really wanted to do it. There's nobody stopping him. That's why I think we have to play an important role now. So when these kind of articles do come out, or these kind of rumors come out, we let people know that we're not happy about this. You know what I mean? We've got to start voicing our concerns, and we need to be doing it a lot more than we've done in the past. And all those groups that are on Facebook need to be a lot more active as well. Like, they have loads of members in the groups, but they're not really that active. You need to start getting the groups active again, getting people engaged, letting them know what's going on, letting them know the rumors, speculation, everything. Right, so we've got Leland here, we've got Gary, we've got Daniel, we've got Yvette, and we've got Charlotte. Welcome. We've got Excelsior here as well. Welcome. Blue Bonnet Hoovian. Lindsay is here also. We've got King here. Welcome. Who else have we got? We got Stephen Cassidy. Welcome, Stephen. We've got. Who else have we got? We've got Super John. Welcome, Super John. We got the Nerdaholics. Welcome, lads. Hope you are having a nice beer on this weekend. Be nice. So maybe I should have a whiskey myself. We got Stephen Griffiths here as well. Welcome. Who else have we got? We've got Don Smith, US Dutch Kitty is here as well. Welcome. Nice to see us. Remember, I have that live stream with Ballstreck on his channel tomorrow. So that should be fun. It's on the anniversary as well. So yeah, I think we'll have plenty to talk about there too. Matthew Pounder's here. Welcome, Matthew. It's nice to see you a lot more, man. I'm glad you're back again, floating about. Love it. Reminds me of the old days. Actually, it's only about 2 years ago, but still, they feel like the old days. We got Red Eye Vok here as well. Remember what I said, if anybody has a YouTube channel and wants to plug their YouTube channel in the live chat, you may do so. We've got Glenn Edwards here as well. Welcome. Daniel is here. I don't know if I mentioned you, Daniel, but I'll mention you again. Marie is here as well. Welcome, Marie. And I think we're getting there. I always seem to forget Amy, right? So just in case, even though if Amy is not here, I'm going to mention Amy. Hello, Amy, because I seem to forget Amy all the time. Problem Being is here as well. Welcome. Gamer50 is here. Welcome. Right, who else have we got? And I think that's it. I think that's everybody. I think I've gotten everybody. Yeah, I think I've got everybody. Oh, High Desert 004 just popped in. Now I've gotten everybody. Watch, as soon as I go to the phone, another 3 or 4 different names will pop in. So right, let's you missed Derek. Relax, I'm here. All right, I didn't see Derek's name there. See, Derek's name popped up out of weird. All right, see, Derek's name popped up weird. That wasn't there before. Okay, well, Derek is here. Welcome, Derek. Sorry, Derek. Won't happen again, Derek. And thanks, Daniel, for letting me know. Right, so we to reverse that. So Gary goes there. Right, and I just check my messenger real quick to see if there's anybody else that's gonna. I got a video coming up soon about the possible change to Canon rumor, of course. I would call in, but I need to do it before 11. Sounds like you have a full schedule already. Well, just give me a second. I might be able to rearrange. Rick wants to come on as well. Right, this list is getting very good. Right, hold on. So I'll have to do this in a certain order. So, right, the next time I call out the names will be in the order that I'm gonna do them in. And let me know if it's fine. It should be anyway, hopefully. I have to remember there's some people I'll have to bring on before others because there's obviously a bit of a time issue with some people. Some people want to actually get to bed. So we've got, yeah. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. Oh, God. You'll go after whoever I tell you'll go after. It's grand. I have Gary's message as well. At work will look, says my buddy. No problem, my friend. Right, so I think this is the final list. I just want to make sure. Stephen, I already mentioned you. I don't think you were listening, my friend. I said you're on the list already. Open those ears. I put you on the list. And Mr. Griffiths, I picked the order people go in. Right, so this is the order that people go in. But actually, hold on, I see there's a few new names. I like to, I like to give a few shout outs there. So the Charming Manatee 1982 is here. Hello, I'm from New Zealand, second stream. Wow. New Zealand. Welcome. Nice to have you on board. Dude is here, 45 watching. I have to say it's nice that there's a good few watching tonight. And Stephen McGarry says, I've chosen a great time to start watching again. Been a couple of months I was due on for a live call, but my dad suffered a heart. Oh, Stephen, hell yeah. How is your dad? We forgot all about you, man. Yeah, you disappeared off the face of the planet, man. How is your dad? I hope everything is well. Jesus, no, brilliant to have you back. Oh, that's nice. I hope everything is fine. I really do. And it's nice to have you back. And thanks for coming back. I really appreciate it. Family obviously comes first, my friend. Jesus. God, yeah. I knew there was another Stephen that used to pop in. Do you know what? I hope everything is fine though. Nice to have you back, pal. Nice to have you back. It's nice to see you. And Renee is here as well. Welcome, Renee, as well. A couple of the old faces are popping in a lot as well, which is lovely. I love that. I love that. Um, and there you go. Everybody's saying welcome back. Welcome back, man. Seriously. Oh, Peter Davison as well is here. Hello, Peter. Hello. How are you? I hope you're doing fine. So in this order, actually, just one more shout out. If there's anybody else want to call in, now is your chance to give me a final message on Messenger. I will actually check and see if there's any requests for messages because. Oh, actually, I forgot. I have to text someone to see if they're available. I might have a special guest on tonight. Actually, I forgot all about that. So I just have to. I just want to text this person and see what the story is. They could be in bed though. So, right. So here is the list for tonight. And as I said, if anybody does want to, great. Let me see. So it's 10:30, and I would have to get right. Right, hold on. I might have this special guest. Now, if I can get this special guest, obviously I'm going to bring this special guest on first, and I think you will understand. It's another YouTuber, so just give us a second, trying to arrange something right now. I can put you down, Derek, right? But right now I'll tell you, I might be able to. I think I might be able to fit you in if I can get confirmation now off the YouTuber. Then right. Well, then what I'll do is I'll. Right, I'll take a Chuckzilla is here as well. Welcome, Chuckzilla. Welcome. Right, what I'll do is the guest is still coming on, but they're a little bit delayed. So what I'll do is I'll bring on my first caller. So in this order, it'll be Daniel, then my special guest, Stephen, problem being Blue Bonnet Hoovian, Rick, Gary. Well, Gary wants to go last. I still think he wants to go last, but if not, it'll be Gary and Derek. But if Gary still insists on going last, then it'll be Derek, Gary. So the only two names that will be changed around will be those two if Gary still wants to go last. So we've got some fantastic callers. Some we haven't had in a while, and some we've only had recently. But again, it's going to be interesting. Now, listen, I have to be strict tonight because we do have so many callers. So when you do hear use our little timer, right, we will have to end it there. I can't carry on a conversation with you because I'm on a tight schedule. I want to get as many people on as we can and as many point of views as well. And I don't know what I'm after doing here, but I'm basically after getting the timer caught in a wire. Oh, there. I'm an idiot. Oh, you think you think I would have been well organized by now? I'm doing this how long now? Right. So we might as well get the show on the road. So as I said, I have to stay strict on the time tonight. we can't go over. Sometimes I just don't like, and I'll try not to talk so you can get as much in as you can. Right, who am I looking for first? It's right. I don't know what's Ted barking at now. Right, let's get this show on the road.
Evening. Oh, how are you?
I'm not too bad, Daniel. How are you? Welcome to the Tardis zone.
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm going to jump straight into it because I know you've got a tight schedule. So basically, my point, my major point is this, right? Like, I know it's only a rumour, but that rumour last night that you spoke about really shaking me up personally, right? 'Cause it's like I've delved into the classic series, as you know, and unlike some fans my age, I'm I enjoy all the classic Doctors, and Hartnell will always be the first incarnation of the Doctor. BBC and Channel really need to just really just need to pass off now. They've done enough damage to the show already, and if they do that, then like basically the show's going down the toilet anyway. But like if they do this, I'll never be able to actually sit down and even watch a classic episode anymore or either because it's getting so bad now and all these rumours and behind the scenes stories that I can't sit down and enjoy an episode of the show anymore because all the carry on and all the mess of the show and everything, because it's always in the back of my mind and it's really starting to annoy me. And secondly, all this business, all this business with the shipping characters and whatnot, that is no place in what it is that we're actually doing here. Here it's a sci-fi show. You tune in for sci-fi, you tune in for the monsters, and you tune in for epic adventures. You don't tune in for all the scrap basically. So time that it's high time that we do call for the cancellation and put the show out its misery because it's not going to get any better.
No, I mean, what this see again, but it's one of these rumors. What's annoyed me is that I've seen the reaction to this
Yeah,
rumor, right? And on one hand, okay, we might be all being played for fools, and someone
yeah,
out there is having a sick joke. But
yeah,
I tend to look at this a different way. It has
yeah,
showed me that this side of the fandom, right, when things hit rock bottom,
yeah,
right, you have decided to come out when it's too late. And for
yeah,
that, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. We should have
yeah,
been fighting this a lot more. We should have
yeah,
spoken up a lot more. We should be out there all the time. These people, the
yeah,
J bots, all of them are praising this. They get articles written. Where's the articles from our side of the fandom?
yeah,
You
exactly.
know,
And also,
where's the other YouTubers? You know,
yeah,
we left. Look, we have waited until we've heard this rumor to start
yeah,
acting when we should have been boycotting this series from Series 11 and not even gave it a chance to even get off the ground. Well, it
yeah,
would have got off the ground, but we had an
and
opportunity to kill this show dead after Series
yeah,
11 and we never did. And now we,
and yeah, and yeah. if you want to save the show, like you said, though, if you really want to still save the show, then don't even pay attention to series 12 or any of the stuff that comes with it. Though just hang fire until Chibnall actually leaves this fandom, because under him, the quality's not going to get any better. He's got visions of drastically changing the canon, which he's been allowed to get away with if by the topic execs at the BBC. And, like, to be honest with there's certain things with Doctor Who that you should never be allowed to change, and basically Hartnell will always be considered the very first Doctor. So the fact that this rumour is still going about and nobody's killed it either, that's why yourself is getting all uptight about this rumour, is because nobody's categorically killed the rumour
Yeah, exactly.
dead. It's still been allowed to
Fester.
and from basically. So, and it's only going to intensify. Somebody's got to kill that rumour as well. Okay, you'll do our bit though to like help bring Sarah down, but somebody at the BBC as well has got to do their part and kill the rumour stone dead, or else there's a high possibility that the rumour will happen.
You know, what annoys me is that, as I said, if, and I am blaming us, and I'm part of it,
Yeah,
if we had stuck with what we were doing and
yeah,
kept complaining and kept kicking up a fuss,
yeah,
maybe there would have been changes made for Series 12. We have not kicked up much of a fuss for them to
yeah,
make any changes. And now what's happened is bottom line is this: as far as I'm concerned, I'm in the mindset right now to save this
yeah,
show, to save the Doctor, every man that played the Doctor, their legacy. We kill this show. So a full boycott of Series
yeah,
12 will work.
yeah,
I already see people out there saying it won't work. Yes, it will.
yeah,
Yes, it will. 7 million people watched by the end, wasn't it? Or 5 million people
yeah.
watched by the end. You right?
Yeah,
So from 10, so they've already lost
and
4 million, right? So we
yeah,
just need to get rid of the rest.
yeah, and by my count,
It's not my fault. 10 won't let
wasn't
you sleep.
and and by my own count, wasn't resolution the most rated special in history since the specials became a part of the revived era. So basically, as well, that tells you that tells you that this show is basically going down the toilet. So if you really want to save the show, don't even bother watching series 12 just to see how bad it is. Even if you want to bring in this era, just boycott until Chibnall and everybody else goes away. And the toes and go situations annoyed me as well.
I
Because
know.
I kind of felt sorry for the
Yeah.
guy basically. Yeah, but see now, he's burnt all his bridges with me. I don't feel sorry for him anymore. Or he's burnt his bridges when he attacked the fan base. So you deserve everything you're going to get.
Yeah.
In that opinion.
I agree with you, Daniel. Listen, I think the reason why this rumor, as you said, it has hit a nerve with us all is it just hasn't went away. Like with all rumors, they kind of disappear after a while, but this one has stuck around. And I honestly don't. If anybody's gonna ask me, do I honestly believe they'll do it? 2 weeks ago, I would have said categorically 100% not a chance. I even thought I debunked it myself. I actually thought I debunked this rumour, right? But now I'm not so sure. And that's what gets me.
To be honest with you, I think I honestly think that he
give us a glass, will you? Whiskey and me Coke.
I honestly think that he'll actually basically
Jack.
because to be honest with you, he has no respect for the source material at all. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know, Cheryl. Relax your cax.
So, like, to be honest, though, I think he will do because he's got no respect for the source material, and he showed it through the previous series as well. So he's going to double down and just kill the show.
Of course, he's going to double down and kill the show because do you know what? I'm starting to actually even think that might be BBC's plan now, or his plan, because he's so sick and tired of fans bitching about him, and he's just going to kill it. He's going to say, right, you have a problem with my area, right? I'm going to show you what I can actually do because you think you can complain, but you ain't got no power. Well, we're going to show him something different. Well, we're going to kill this era. End of.
And like, to be honest with you, like, I really didn't think that this would happen 15 years ago. If you'd have said to me, that I would want my favourite show to be cancelled, I'd probably would have asked in your face and said, what you on about Egypt? But see, to be honest with you, it's us because I don't want to see the show just get embarrassed even further. So, like, I know you're on a tight schedule, so I'll just finish off by saying, happy anniversary to you and Cheryl. So I'll let you go and get on with one of your on your because I know you're on a tight schedule.
Thanks very much, Daniel. I really appreciate that. Listen, thanks for calling in. And listen, I know you are kind of like me. You wanted to come in, have a bit of a rant for, and I'm glad you've kind of calmed it down a bit and actually come in and said what you said the way you've said it. Because you know what? I had the rant last night, and it doesn't help if we all rant. But I'm glad you came in, made your points. You've made them well. Listen, it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks. People are obviously going to have. It's going to be interesting to see what other people think about this latest rumor and all the other stuff. But listen, thanks for coming on, mate. And here, listen, I know you don't have your YouTube channel up and running yet, but if you want to plug your favorite one of your few favorite YouTubers there, go ahead. People you like watching.
I'm gonna say subscribe to the Hallweeks because they're my favorite. They're one of my other favorite YouTube channels. So go and subscribe to Sean and Jack because I talk to Sean all the time. So subscribe to the lads at the Hallweeks because you'll get a good laugh, and that's what they're trying to. It's a good laugh.
That's it, and they'll be doing plenty. They'll be doing plenty of this as well. So, like, go and join them. They do some great reviews as well. We like the lads from Near the Holics, and I would second that as well. Listen, Daniel, thanks for that, man. I really appreciate it, and thanks for coming on. Listen, we'll talk to you over the weekend anyway, and don't forget to join me tomorrow on Ball Stretch channel. Just thought
I'm at the Celtic game, so catch up with it later on in the night. So, like, but I'm sure you'll do all right.
We'll look out for you on the TV again, Daniel, right?
Yeah. I'll talk to you soon.
No problem, mate. Go on. Talk to you soon, pal.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
See you. Bye. I love Daniel. Daniel, he'd be at the Celtic match. We'll look out for him. We spotted him the last time. We actually took a screenshot of him, and it was actually Daniel. It was brilliant. We actually spotted him in the crowd in Celtic Park when Celtic were playing. I think it was Lazio in the Europa League. Brilliant. Right, we'll bring on my special guest. People are probably wondering who it is. And Chuckzilla has actually put the Nerdaholics YouTube channel on the live chat, so please do give them a subscribe. Right, so the next guest, I obviously might as well tell you who the next guest is. The next guest is a fellow YouTuber. And a lot of you will know this YouTuber because me and this YouTuber have had air differences in the past. So it's with great pleasure that I introduce Matrix Lord 212. So.
Hello?
Hello, Joseph. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfect, mate. I can hear you perfect. How are you?
Good, what's going on?
Not too bad. Listen, obviously we know you as Matrix Lord 212. Obviously, do you want to, just for people that don't know, do you want to just give them a brief history and a brief rundown of how you got involved in the whole Doctor Who news business? Because I'm actually interested and fascinated myself, actually.
Well, I actually been watching Doctor Who since I was like basically in kindergarten. I was a young child. I was messing around with the TV, and we used to have another thing called UHF, like another dial. We had like way back in the late 70s, and I came across Pyramids of Mars, where Tom Baker's Doctor had this scarf, he has a scarf and everything. And as a 5-year-old, I'm like, why is this guy wearing a scarf in like this beating hot sun? And then there's these mummies going around, and I'm like, I was like, what's going on? It caught my interest.
Yeah.
And in America, not that many people really saw Doctor Who, and when I was in school, I wanted to buy the toys and couldn't buy them anywhere. And, I told my friend about it in elementary school, and I got him into watching it, but it was like nobody knew what we were talking about. And it wasn't until, decades later that I always stood with Doctor Who, and I always watched it whenever it was on the few channels that we had. When New Who came back, I was so excited, but I was upset because we weren't getting it at the same time as you guys over there.
Yeah.
And I think it was on the Sci-Fi Network. I think it was like 6 months apart or something. But then after a while, they narrowed it down to where it was close to where you guys were having it. And I actually started, I had my YouTube channel since 2007. I was camera shy. I didn't have any intention of doing any videos. I was just going and watching YouTubers talking about Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And I was very interested in giving my opinion, and my friends were like, why don't you just do videos? You're so knowledgeable about it. You love it. You're passionate about it. So I wound up started making YouTube videos, and the first video was very shy. It was very short. Then 99% of my content was me doing videos about Doctor Who. So from there, I think it was December 11th, 2011. That's when I did my first video. Right. And then I constantly made videos. And then after a while, I was recruited by this guy called The Old Doctor. And he used to have a show, Old Doctor, Young Doctor. They used to have this Who Knows Who and stuff on YouTube. So he's like, oh, I'm getting a podcast together, the Whovian podcast. I want you to be the host. And you could bring your friends along. So I introduced him to, Dr. Freedom, and it was a whole bunch of wide variety of YouTubers that were my friends that we came along, and we did this Whovian podcast thing. And, as the podcast was going on, people spinned off and did their own stuff.
Yeah.
And when the Whovians podcast ended, I felt, I didn't want to have everybody stranded like my friends. So I wanted to do my own. So that's when the Real Whovians cast was born. And since then, I've been doing a lot of videos, and I do a lot of podcasts for the Real Whovians cast, which is Doctor Who, as well as other podcasts, not just Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Because I always felt that there's going to come a time with Doctor Who where it's not going to be on for a year or so, and my channel is going to be starving for content. So I need to talk about other stuff that I love, like Star Trek or Star Wars or movies, comics, video games. So that's that basically.
I've got a few comments here. Someone says Matrix is a legend. So glad you got him on. Yeah, I'm glad I got him on as well. Yeah.
I don't know about a legend, but thank you though.
But listen, I want to ask you, because obviously you know, me and yourself, I was just telling listeners, me and yourself obviously didn't get off on they're off on the right foot, as they say. And probably got our wires crossed along the way. But I just wanted to ask, because this Doctor, obviously both channels do a bit of the Doctor Who news. We do obviously source information and rumor. Can I ask you this latest rumor? And I know we've actually talked about it briefly on Twitter. Now, both of us do actually agree, if they do this, we're done with Doctor Who. But what I wanted to ask you, where do you stand on that rumor? And can I ask you, has any of your sources actually heard anything on this? And if they have, what have they said?
Well, here's the thing. As far as my opinion goes, I definitely don't want that to happen. Okay, 100 million%. We talked briefly about it.
Yeah.
I think it would crush me like beyond belief, because Doctor Who is a different show to me compared to the other shows.
Yeah.
I mean, this was from my very beginnings as a child. So, like, it's just like eating, sleeping, drinking, watching Doctor Who. It's like part of that. It's like losing an appendage.
Yeah.
So, if this happens, and anytime you try to retcon something, you always mess it up. Like when George Lucas keeps doing the special editions and keeps changing Star Wars and Empire, like messes it up.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone. So when they did the War Doctor thing, I was really pissed off, because I know the whole story behind that, where here it is, you got Christopher Eccleston's going to be in it.
Yeah.
Okay. But Moffat changed the whole dynamic where he wanted to have him be the one to push the button and kill billions of people. And the Doctor just regenerated when he saw Rose. So it would contradict Russell T. Davis's thing. So Christopher Eccleston was, of course, I'm not doing that. Like, why would he want to be and it was a whole thing about, Moffat had a thing about the 8th Doctor being part of the Time War, because they never chose the Doctor, was Americanized. So I never really liked that, although I love John Hurt to death with all the movies. But this whole thing about changing the whole Doctor's history, where there's all these incarnations of like females before him, would totally be the end of Doctor Who. Would destroy. You will never ever get those fans back.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, and Doctor Who never does something where it would erase a Doctor. But now imagine they do this. They would have to erase 12 Doctors, all female.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? And the whole thing is that I have no love for Chris Chibnall. I can't stand him. But like when I get the news, it's like I'm biting my teeth because I have to report it. And I don't want him to stay, but I know he's staying. And if I honestly think what he's going to do is, I think he's going to test the waters. And you know how the Doctor lies?
Yeah.
All the time in River Song, that was a thing that was established. I think that the Doctor is going to lie about that, because it's probably to do with some type of massive villain that's messing around. I think Chibnall's basically trolling all of us if that happens, I think Chibnall is going to tease it, but then in the end, it's going to be bull garbage. You know, it's not going to be true.
Yeah.
If he did this, he would have people lining up outside his house, just like Frankenstein's monster, with flames and blow.
Yeah.
Like there's no way he could hide. Even if he came to America, this mother, even if he had a Tardis himself.
You'd have to hide. You'd have to hide, man. You'd have to go underground. You'd never see him again.
He would have to do a sex change and become a woman just to escape everybody.
Yeah, that's it. You're right. You're right. You'd probably become one of his own creations or something.
There was an event in Marvel Comics, I don't know if you heard about it, where Aunt May got shot in Spider-Man comics and she was dying. It was like from the Kingpin. They found out who Peter Parker was, and the sniper, they hit Aunt May and she was going to die. And Spider-Man was trying to find a way to save her. And he was, asked Doctor Strange, he asked this. And Marvel basically had him make a deal with the devil, Mephisto, and they altered the whole timeline. And fans went to the Marvel building and they flipped out. I'm talking like death threats. There was crazy stuff going on, and it was never really fixed. But if they did this with Doctor Who, you would see like riots.
Yeah.
Like people would lose it, I think. And like for me, I said on my cast last night, if that happened, it's over.
Oh yeah.
I'll do one more Rumours cast, and I'm not doing a cast on it because it's such a disrespect to William Hartnell.
Yeah. I agree.
Who I love, and how could you do that? And exactly. If you do that, you don't care about respect for anyone.
You don't. That's exactly what I've been saying. I honestly don't think this guy does respect the fans, to be honest, because he's gotten so much stick. Let's be honest, right? I've been part of it. I'll put my hand up and say I've been one of those that have been highly critical of Chris Chibnall in this era, and I don't think he likes fans like me. And I'm being honest with you. You know what? At this stage now, I agree with you. If he does it, it's done. But I know this is only a rumor, but it's a rumor that's stuck around. But the thing about me is that a while ago I would never have believed this is true. But Chris Chibnall, he's capable of anything at this stage.
Oh, he's so mean.
And go ahead.
He literally, when Jodie Whittaker said that her own co-workers and people that worked in Doctor Who were mad that she did Yellow, he's the one that was mad. He was like the main person that was mad because it takes away from his Doctor Who. That's why originally we heard that Children in Need was supposed to have the trailer, and he said, absolutely not. I don't want my Doctor Who to be connected with Yellow and this and separate that. I mean, while they had a little thing with the girl that was very nice and sweet, they did not have the trailer. So, he's gotten to be so huge, and not from Doctor Who. Because you have to understand something. Even with Moffat, when Moffat did Sherlock, and Sherlock became such a presence, and then when he was friends with Spielberg, and he did Tintin, okay, he got really popular, and he had powerful and say in certain things. But Chibnall now is way more powerful than Russell T Davies and Moffat because people like HBO Max and China, whatever, they liked stuff that Chibnall has done, like Law and Order UK and Life on Mars and Broadchurch. So that deal, if Chibnall goes, that deal could be broken. That's how serious the situation is. So he knows this though, and that's why he's going around with his hand on his hips like he's a superhero, like he's unstoppable, untouchable. And the BBC has fought with him twice already. But then it's funny, after Chaos in Cardiff, all of a sudden they got an HBO Max deal, and now they love him to death. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like, of course he's not going anywhere because now supposedly there's another deal in the works with something else. But if he goes, the deals are broken. So basically Doctor Who is paid for regardless of the views, regardless of the ratings, because you're talking now China gives them money. HBO is giving them money. The series is paid for. Series 13 is paid for already. That's why, they're working a little bit on scripts and stuff while they're filming Series 12. They got the money, so they're using it. He's got an accountant. So, what the BBC, the only thing they've done was they said, they set a commission date for 2023 because this guy wants to take off.
Yeah.
He wants a vacation. He was promised a year's vacation, and he's taken too long with the episodes. And they didn't extend the date. Because in other words, that commission date basically says they can film Doctor Who up to 2022 and air it in 2023, but they can't film in 2023. And they're not extending it supposedly because he's just taking too damn long, and they don't want it to be where he thinks the moment you give him a couple more years, then next thing you know, Doctor Who's going to be a year off. And you don't want any more time than what it is. So right now he's got a big head and he's shoving his muscles around, and he knows it. He knows it. So I really can't stand the stuff that he does because of him, Doctor Who magazine could be done. I mean, they get no information. They're supposed to get the insider stuff.
Exactly.
What is Radio Times? Radio Times gets everything, and it's like Doctor Who magazine should be the staple of all the information that comes to Doctor Who magazine. Right. It survived when Doctor Who was canceled.
Yeah.
For crying out loud. It was out for a decade, like years, while Doctor Who was canceled. But now in America, because he's not giving them any information, we get the magazine a month late. I don't know if you know that. So everybody's on the internet looking for the Doctor magazine stuff. So the sales of Doctor Magazine in America are in the toilet, and it's super expensive. So he's going to wind up, that magazine might be canceled because of Chibnall, because they even make fun of him that he gave them a sentence or a crumb. He's ridiculous. And he doesn't audition anybody. He takes them to lunch and he hires his friends. That's all he does.
Look, we all know that, trust me. I mean, that's the one thing that, and the fact, look, that's what he does. He hires his best friends. But the thing about it is then when he hires them, right, he thinks because they're comfortable with him, you know, he thinks he can write for these people. But he's got to understand Doctor Who, and I hope you agree with me on this one, that he's way over his head when it comes to Doctor Who. I don't know how you personally feel about Jodie Whittaker, but you know how I feel about Jodie Whittaker.
Let me give you a little history about Jodie Whittaker.
Go on. Listen. Go ahead. I brought you on.
No, you need to know this because you need to watch it because it'll probably be the funniest thing you've ever seen.
Right.
When we did the reveal for Jodie Whittaker, okay?
Yeah.
I was pissed off.
Right.
I was cursing. I was screaming. I had women on my cast that were crying because they didn't want the Doctor to be a woman, okay?
Right.
Just about 99% of my cast, I had a whole bunch of people in here, right?
Right.
They were pissed that the Doctor became a woman, there was Jodie Whittaker. And I took canine, I threw him across the room. I was like angry. I was going to take all my Doctor Who pages. I was thinking about taking them down and everything. And then I was thinking, well, that's not fair because I have thousands of people on different Facebook pages. That's not fair to them. They're maybe they might like that. So I changed my tune. I was like, all right, I can't stand her, whatever. But it took basically, I think it was 6 months or longer. And people were trying to send me clips of movies that she was in, give her a chance, blah, blah, blah. It basically took 450 casts. I do Real Whovians casts like 20 times a week sometimes. So like it took a while. And then when we got that leaked clip, I'm like, all right, you know what? I could see that being the Doctor. But the thing is, I didn't like Chibnall sticking in and saying she's not allowed to watch Doctor Who. He made a rule that she was not allowed to watch. So that's not fair because David Tennant's been watching Doctor Who since he was a child in diapers. And he's been training for the role until he got the role. Same thing with Peter Capaldi. And they were excellent. So why wouldn't you give her the tools she needs to succeed? Why wouldn't you let her see it? So that's why I think a major reason why Series 11 was crap was because, one, the writing was just terrible. I mean, the frog thing, we make a new rating thing now, frog level number 9. Because, she's talking to thing like it's Rose Tyler and like they're ready to get married and shit. But it's a frog. She's talking to a frog on a chair are you kidding me right now? So and the episode was getting good until they started bashing the man.
Yeah.
When the man left his daughter who's blind so he can get his jollies on with an alien. It's like, are you kidding me? So the men bashing, the political stuff, I was like, what is happening? This can't be happening. And I remember it's funny because Moffat was like, Doctor Who's for everyone. He's sitting with Gavis. He's like, Doctor Who's for everyone.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, the Doctor is genderless. Like, even though he's a woman, it's not about that. And then you're doing trailers where we're breaking the glass ceiling. And the Doctor Who merchandise is called Her Universe.
I know.
I'm a guy, and I'm going into Hot Topic, and I want to buy a shirt. And it looks like all the colors of a unicorn. And it's Doctor Who. It's like, I can't wear that. It's like, I'm a straight guy. I can't wear that.
Yeah, but they want you to wear that stuff, though, Joseph. That's the thing. They want you to wear all that stuff. They want us all to be like gender neutral idiots. Seriously, I'm not even going to get into all this gender and LGBTQT, whatever you want to call them, right? I don't give a shit. All I care about is this, right? And I think you're the same from what you're saying. We just want decent sci-fi, right? Decent written sci-fi. Yes. So the interesting characters. And I
actually want good sci-fi because Doctor Who is the longest running show in history.
And
it deserves to have the best writers.
And we don't mind having characters of all spectrums. But here's the problem. They have to be interesting. And if they're not interesting, you lose interest. Can I ask you one thing? What's your hope? What is your hopes for Series 12? I've been very interested actually to ask you this for a while. What are your hopes for Series 12? Do you actually think it's going to be an improvement, or do you think he's going to double down like some have suggested? Because
here's the thing. I think the closeness with Jodie Whittaker and Chibnall is not as close as it was, because her brother watches Jodie Whittaker's brother watches all the videos about her. So he was sending her stuff when I was like flipping on her and everybody flipping on her. He was sending her stuff to watch.
Yeah.
And I think common sense, because I heard her make a statement that when Series 11 was over, she's going to go hide. She's going to come to America with her family. And she's going to binge watch Doctor Who. And no one's going to know where she is. And she knows that was a mistake. That her boss gave her the wrong information. Like, she wants to be, I truly think she wants to be a good doctor, but finding out that, Chris Chibnall isn't all that. And, as an actress, she needs to be the best for the role. So how could she be talking to the Cybermen and not know that, the whole thing with Adric dying in Earthshock, how could you not know the memories of anything? You're just reading lines.
Yeah.
So she needs to be genuine. So I heard, now this is what she said. She watched it. Then Arthur Darvill came out and he's saying, and I even made a video. I said, no, if she watched Doctor Who, she binge watched, she's going to be way better than she was in Series 11. Now, here's the thing, though. He's still not hiring the right writers.
Yeah.
He's hiring like these freaking people that have no idea. He's saving money. I mean, you're talking about getting people dirt cheap. Right? And I know some people use the argument, this one never did sci-fi, and look at their movie. But listen, the whole thing is he's hiring all unknowns, or not unknowns, unknown to sci-fi.
Yeah.
So I'm scared.
Yeah.
Like, I'm petrified, okay? Because if we get an episode like Rosa Parks, I hated that. I hated that episode because they made it that every single person in the past was racist. Like, everyone. Not one person was not racist. I'm like, how do you do that? And then they got the history wrong, too, because we had Vaughn on my cast. She's African-American. And she was telling us the history. It wasn't all about it. There was someone before Rosa Parks. It was like a whole thing.
Yeah, that's
and then a woman that was black that lived in the UK, never lived in America. So she had no idea about the prejudice and the racism herself. Her name was Blackman, actually. It was weird. Her name was like that, the Blackman. But I didn't like that episode because to me, it was like a Quantum Leap episode where the villain's like looking like the T-Bird from Grease. Like, it's like, are you kidding?
Me wife Cheryl's nodding her head. It was terrible. Me wife Cheryl's nodding her head, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, and it didn't make sense why he was racist. There was no answer. He's in prison, like the same prison as River Song, I guess, but she wasn't there then, right? And if he's hatred because of her, right? Why does he act like normal, like relaxed?
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's no reason. and then she's named after it. You're making it like because of her in the galaxies in the universe, there's no racism. Like, are you out of your mind? You name an asteroid out of her. I mean, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. It was horrible.
Daniel
and you know what's even worse? That they had to interfere in time to piss off the bus driver to throw her off the bus.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, man. You know, I just can't. I don't even remember most of Series 11, and I can't even bring myself to even watch anymore. Daniel says, Matrix Lord, great points. Love your call, says Daniel.
Oh, thanks, bro. It was good to listen to you too, man.
That he thought, that's Daniel. Daniel was responsible for getting us two talking again. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yes. Bad Wolf 66 says Matrix and Noel should team up. Whovians assemble. Well, they do have the fandom menace for the Star Wars. I was actually thinking, what could we call Whovians version of that? That actually sounds good. Whovians assemble. Yeah.
We'll have to think of a cool, powerful name.
Yeah, we'll think of a name. But here, it's actually interesting to hear you say all these things. Because I'm glad that there's other people that feel the same way. Especially another YouTuber like yourself, because I mean, look, I've no problem with Chris Chibnall trying new things, right? That's what he was brought in to do. He was brought in to kind of, give the series a bit of a boost. Okay? And let's be honest, first episode, it did. It was a successful episode. We cannot lie.
Yeah.
It was, right?
No, I liked it.
It's after that. It's
the Ghost Mine.
But it's not even that. It's the extreme. Look, people can say all they want about ratings or whatnot, but the downward turn in ratings and how fast it actually went has to be worrying. I mean, that BBC have to be looking at that. And I know what you said. They've got deals in place and all, and Series 13's already paid for. But they have to be looking at that trend and be worried, because it doesn't matter what deals they make with what. If the fans turn away and don't watch, well, then it doesn't matter how much money they've got. They'll have to end up giving that money back, won't they? Because they'll have no show to show an audience, because the audience will walk away. Now, if they do what this rumor says they do, right? Obviously, we will come out and we'll complain about and we'll do what we have to do.
Oh, we'll be on complaining.
But Doctor Who's finished. It's done. That's the reality of the situation if they do this. Now, I don't know if you heard now, but I heard this, that now there was talk about they were going to try rope David Tennant in this and Peter Capaldi. But what I've heard is now that instead of bringing back all doctors like that, all they have to do is bring back David Bradley, because he played William Hartnell, and they could.
I honestly, maybe I'm in denial.
No, go on.
I honestly think that I don't think that this thing's happening. And
right.
If it does, I think it's the smokescreen. And I don't think that.
I'm like you. I honestly don't think it's happening, but I just have this feeling like you.
Well, because, this rumor.
Yeah, it just hasn't went away.
This rumor was created by a YouTuber last year.
Yeah, it just hasn't gone away.
It was. Someone, I forgot who it was. I don't know if it was Nerdrotic or somebody. They said, watch them make a whole regeneration cycle before a William Hartnell and them all be female. So this story was not. This was somebody mentioned. I please hope they don't do that. So I think that's what this is. I think that someone's getting it confused. Because also Doomcock came out and said that thing about Jodie mansplaining David Tennant's doctor. That I didn't believe that either. I didn't think that was happening either, unless it happens in the comic, which I don't know if I'm going to buy the comic to read that, because they are in the comic.
No, but apparently it is going to happen in Ace's book. Apparently the synopsis for her book is that Ace is going to make Jodie Whittaker realize that her incarnations were wrong in the past. So what I think it was, because I thought I had debunked this rumor myself, because like yourself, I thought it was going to be the comics. So David Tennant, Jodie Whittaker and Matt Smith were teaming up for the comics. Then Ace's book was coming out where it talked obviously Jodie Whittaker being made feel repentant for past regenerations and past things that she's done in the past. So I was thinking, like you, that was information that they got off a source that was obviously mixed up by that source, and they put it out there thinking it's all one piece of information, and it's just got. But the thing about it is, as you've said yourself and I've said, it still hasn't went away though, and it's resurfaced. And that's the thing, where it hasn't resurfaced from these lads. It's resurfaced out of the blue. This just came out of the blue. It's just, and what's happened now is though, and you've seen it yourself, it's made everybody upset. And you know what? I'm in a way, I'm glad, because it's about time that this fandom woke up and realised what's happening anyway to the show. I mean, Series 11, let's be honest, right, Matrix Lord? This Series 11 is not up to the standards of what Doctor Who should be. True or false?
It was in the toilet.
Exactly.
It was in the toilet.
Exactly. So we should be making
you know
more
what
of
it
a
is?
fuss.
My feelings, let me just add one thing.
Go on, yeah.
When I was a kid, I did not like Colin Baker. Right. I didn't like his doctor. Right. You know, I thought that was the worst doctor, Colin Baker, right?
Yeah.
And as I went on and got older, and everybody's like, well, you got to listen to his Big Finish stuff. You got to listen to this. Because I was very upset where he choked out Perry, his own companion, almost killed his own companion. And after a while, I thought about it when I was an adult, and I'm like, you know, it's all about the writing. You know, they're telling him he's got to dress like all these freaking colors. He's got to, like, do this. He's got to do that. So maybe I came too hard on Colin Baker, and it's not really him. So that's why when I was thinking about Jodie Whittaker, I was trying to have an open mind there because I purely hated her. I was like this and everything. And I said, you know what? This guy's hiring horrible writers. Like, I'm talking so damn bad, right? And they're making her look like garbage. And it's not even her. So that's why I think she knows this too. And I really hope that when she said she's going to binge watch Doctor Who, I really hope she did. Because you will see a difference immediately.
Well, I hope
so. But still, even Peter Capaldi said too, if the writing is so bad, you got to be a good enough actor to make you guys believe that he's scared of this monster that's a cardboard box.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so she's got to really up her game to make you believe like what she's going through. And I'm scared. I'm scared about. I mean, I think they're taking the money away from hiring the writers, and he's throwing it all into exotic locales, going into Africa. I mean, to me, it's like, you realize how much money it is to put them up in a five-star hotel or like the most expensive.
Yeah, no, I get you. No, you're right. I agree.
That's where the money's going.
Yeah, I said that the other day, didn't I? I said they probably spent all the money on all that, and they've no more. And they hired the most expensive CGI company that did Blade Runner. Like, so if your CGI, your special effects is top notch, if your locations are top notch, that means as a writer, your writing ability needs to be on the par with all the money you're spending. Exactly. And it's not. It's sad. Yeah.
It's sad.
Listen, we could go on and talk about this all night. But I've got more calls to take. But before you go, do me a favor. Just let everybody know where they can find you, all your social media, and obviously YouTube, Twitter, whatever other places you have. Just give them a shout out there, mate.
Sure. Yeah, check me out on Matrix Lord 212 on YouTube. I'm on Twitter. Matrix Lord on Twitter. We have a lot of Facebook pages. We have the Real Whovians Cast Interactive, where you guys can interact with not just me, but my cast members. And we have Doctor Who Forever. We have Tardis Travelers. We have Say No to the BBC for cutting back Doctor Who. We have, we have so many different pages. It's crazy.
There, Chuckzilla has just...
Universe and Doctor Who Universe. So yeah, I'm even on Tumblr. So there's a lot of different things, but mostly I'm on YouTube. So find me there, and thank you very much for the shout out.
Not a bother, man. And here, listen, you're more than welcome on any time, mate.
You too, my friend.
No problem. Sure.
Love to have you.
No, not a bother. Sure, we'll have a chat later on, I'm sure. So listen, I'll see you later, pal. Thanks again for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, bro. Appreciate it.
No problem, man. I'll see you later, pal. See you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. And that was Matrix Lord. I'm sorry that call went over a bit more than usual, but come on, special guest Matrix Lord. Why not? But yeah, a lot of love for Matrix Lord in the comments, and obviously, hopefully, if he is listening, Chuckzilla, one of our moderators, has put your YouTube channel in the live chat there. So please go and subscribe to Matrix Lord. Now, that was actually brilliant. That was actually interesting because listening to him, I always thought, because obviously I didn't know the chap, but I always thought he was a Jodie Whittaker supporter and a Jodie Whittaker fan. I mean, a fan of this era, but just goes to show you he actually isn't. He's just as concerned as a lot of us are. I see there's 51 people watching tonight. Thank you very much. Cheryl says 31 likes as well. Absolutely fantastic. If you could hit that like button. If you like what you're hearing so far tonight, we've got many more calls to come. I know Matrix Lord's call went over a bit, but of course, it was his first time special guest and all that, and a fellow YouTuber. So, 15 minutes wouldn't have been really fair. So, who have I got next? So, I had Daniel on, wasn't it? Yeah, so we've got Stephen is next. Oh, and I got Peter has texted me. I can come on later. Let me see, where can I put you? So Stephen will be next. So Stephen, and then we'll put you down, Peter. If I can get you on, I'll bring you on. If not, I'll bump you up the top of the list for the next night. Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more calls to get through tonight. Well, that's including your call, by the way. But everybody, no, it's 15 minutes. I know, can't really see it. Can't you not boycott Dr. Hill? Cancel Dr. Hill. Yeah, but it is amazing artwork. My wife did that amazing art. You know what I said to her? Listen, I need something. I need you to do something for me. I said, you've got literally 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get this together. And this is what she put together for me. So there you go. So that's what we're saying to fans tonight. That's what we're saying. It's the only way to save this show now. Right. Oh, see, the camera went a bit weird there when did that. Yeah, well, we stick to this.
So nice by America.
Yeah, we'll put it there. Look. Without respect, we reject. Right, let's get Stephen on. Let's get this show on the road. And he has put up all my classic groups on my new group. And thanks very much for that. Right. So Stephen is next. Right, so now I'm going to stick to the time. Matrix Lord was different because obviously, fellow YouTuber, and I wanted to give him the extra 15 minutes because obviously, with things that have happened with us in the past, at the end of the day, I just want to show people that, especially the haters out there, because there's been a few people trying to stir up shit between us again. So we just wanted to prove. Yeah, I know it's you, love. So we just wanted people out there to see that, no, we're not down each other's throats, that actually we're getting on and that we have been talking quite a lot and we do this good. But I was actually surprised by a lot of what he said tonight, actually, because I knew he had problems with certain elements of Doctor Who this era. But he obviously has the same concerns that we all have. And you know what? I just can't believe I didn't think it. So, I'm glad there's another YouTuber out there that feels the same way. And that we're not alone. Oh, there's the dog. How am I? I'm not buffering. No. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, fella. How you doing?
I'm not too bad. I suppose you've got plenty to say tonight.
Well, I have, just various things to say. I don't know, give it a win in time, so I'll just listen to your bell and then I'll stop talking when your bell goes.
No problem.
Congratulations. Anyway, you're being an admin apparently and keep the Dr. Mail group like me and Kerry. So congratulations on that.
Oh yeah, I got promoted today. I was asked if I wanted a promotion, and I was like, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I got, you know what? Yeah, I love that group anyway. You know, and I think it was a way for them. If I get blocked off Facebook now, if I'm an admin of a group, like I think I could put my videos up. So I think that was another reason why it was done as well. So I'm delighted because we're all in there anyway. So
yeah, I know. Okay, well, I'll get straight into it. Basically, it's like I covered on a few things. So as far as I watched your rant last night, and it was basically based on that. Really, the decanonizing of the previous doctors. I mean, I was absolutely furious last night. I didn't know what the hell to say. I was absolutely effing furious. I mean, after them dismantling the show already, now thinking of dismantling like the doctor himself. I mean, the injection that they're doing is not out of creative integrity. It's not about any dying interest in the show itself. It's being done for the same reason, like you said last night, Noel. They've gone too far with this woke experiment, and rather than admitting the error and backheeling, they're simply cutting the nose off to spite the face, and they're doubling down and driving the show completely into the dirt.
Yeah.
I grew up with the show like you. I remember, I heard what you said. I grew up with the show, so I'm a little bit older than you. Not that much, just like to say, not that much. A little bit older than you. And my first doctor, from memory, was John Pertwee, and I vaguely recall him a little bit, but I was a bit too young.
Yeah.
Tom Baker was my doctor, and he always will be. And yet to think that they're now prepared to dismantle over half a friggin' century of quality sci-fi to appease a jumped-up, narrow-minded minority with loud voices, just absolutely sickening. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, was it the Master? You mentioned the Master as well. This new guy, Sasha. What's his name? Sasha.
I can't say his second name, but I'm like, I just
personally. I mean, as far as the Master's concerned, I think that guy, would be good in the role.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree.
But only as long as he doesn't play it as bad as his last role of Davos in Iron Fist. I don't know whether you saw it. He was meant to be an arrogant, competitive friend who was prepared to do anything for power. But he just came off as a spoiled brat and needed a good slap. Seriously. I mean, if he can approach the role with the same grandeur, elegance, intelligence as Roger Delgado did, well, yeah, he gave my respect for that. At the very least, anyway. I won't be watching it, but it gave my respect anyway. But something else I want to run by you and everyone in the chat. So basically, just hear me out on this. Okay. Now, like the Doctor himself, the Master's always been male. The only difference is that the Master can steal bodies. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is like a last-ditch effort to survive, or an emergency temporary measure to stave off permadeath until he can find a new cycle of regenerations. Now, whether the Doctor's capable of this from being Gallifreyan as well, we've got no idea. Nobody's, to my knowledge, has ever seen or read about it. But if the BBC really wanted to inject a female into the role of the Doctor, it would be nice if they went down this route, which I think every fan, even myself, would probably, accept. Now, hear me out. Right now, think back to Matt Smith's Swan Song episode. Right. If the Doctor had no regenerations left in his cycle, right, and he had no cycle, no new cycle had been granted,
right,
then it would have made complete sense for him to call upon the same ability that the Master had used to temporarily appropriate a body. Like this could be this is where a female could be injected into the role. Now, I understand the whole idea of body snatching thing's quite dark for the Doctor to take on. But then again, so is permadeath. Critical situations call for critical measures. So, we could have had an entire season of the Doctor as a woman, with the entire focus of the whole story arc being his struggle to acquire a new regeneration cycle, at which point in the final episode of that season, he abandons the female body and we get a full-blown regeneration sequence as a new male Doctor. That, I think, would be a good way of doing it without fracturing the fandom. Like I said, even I'd have accepted that, but not the way they've done it. I mean, at present, like I say, when you try to usurp, a role by injecting a female simply to look for a, feminist rhetoric and woke agenda, just no, absolutely nothing. You what else you said last night? Yaz, you said Yaz. Right now, Yaz turned into a Cyberman, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I mean, what the fuck are you doing? Sorry, swear, but what the fuck are you doing? I mean, I've worked in a number of roles in my lifetime, right? And I admit there's been pockets of unemployment where I found myself sitting watching daytime telly, eating ice cream and chocolate and wondering where the hell my life's going. Yeah, and during those times, I found myself watching any old crap on telly, and one of these things was Hollyoaks, and this is where I first saw Mandy Gill.
Yeah.
She's mediocre at best. She failed to stand out as anything particularly special. So when I heard that she was casting Doctor Who as a companion, like it came no surprise when I listened to the reviews, people calling her bland. I never watched season 11. I will never watch season 11. I was one of the very few who stood their ground back in 2017 and boycotted this train wreck from day one. But despite not watching it, hearing the likes of Gary, hearing the likes of Bolstrack, and you know, commenting on how a performance effectively, blends into background noise.
Yeah.
It was nothing new. Haven't I become a Cyberman? Well, sorry, is that meant to shock us? It happened to the alternate version of Jackie Tyler. It happened to Danny Pink. It even happened to the Brigadier.
Yeah.
Before it happened to Bill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's 4 people. Even if I had any interest in the show, her transition into a Cyberman would be like rendered as like meh at best when it finally happened. It would have no effect whatsoever. Nothing, I don't think it would impress the fan base anyway. Whatever, if you can call the people interested in it.
Well, in fairness, horror fans, Manip Gill's fans, the only problem that they have is that she'll be the second lesbian that'll be actually turned into a Cyberman. That's the only thing they're worried about. Even though she never actually said she was a lesbian, they got a throwaway line they did, and they went 1 and 1 is 10, and they've just got that she's not even a lesbian. Right?
Well, Doctor Who is dead. It's dead to me. Doctor Who's dead. Harken back to a stream. I think it was one of the past streams that you did. I think it was Neil. Neil turned around and he said the show will come back, and I think he was basing this on evidence that it managed to survive in the past. Yeah. Well, yeah, it can carry on. Yeah, it can try and carry on, but with recent news, the show's no longer just dead. What's happening now is akin to some dancing on someone's grave. They're literally shitting on what went before, and the disrespect they're showing, or the shoveling on the classic Doctors, that have gone before and are no longer with us. That's astronomical, and it's absolutely an atrocity in my mind. It really is. You can actually, you can lose an arm and a leg and still recover, but the arm and leg's still gone. You know what I mean? So I didn't know where to put myself last night. I really didn't. As far as the the show itself, I mean, in that stream that you did with, I think it was Neil, and I think you had Paul on. I think one of them mentioned about the actual what's it called, the format of the show, that it doesn't give enough time to fully introduce new characters, and so they can break that 2-dimensional boundary. Because it's only all tight within like 1 hour. I kind of like the well, it happened with some people, what's his name, like Bernard Cribbins, and you got like Bernard Cribbins. He was in one episode and he was so good they pulled him back for more episodes. That's like a classic actor who's starred in so many different things. He did it with I think Clive Swift. Do you remember Clive Swift? He's in Voyage of the Damned with David Tennant and Kylie Minogue. Hyacinth Bouquet's husband. Yeah. He had one episode, but he pulled off a full 3-dimensional character. Again, a quality actor. He was so good. He's been in so many different things, and he died in February this year, actually. So
I love the end of that Titanic episode when he realizes when he gives him the credit card, he's a millionaire, and he's able to get his little house with the garden. Yeah, I know. That's Doctor Who.
But like I say, I'd love it to revert to the old stuff, storytelling format. You know what I mean? But this boycott you called for last night, I had to address it. I really do. Like I said, this happened in 2017. No, it did. I mean, I was here in 2017. I was part of starting that group, and I'm admin in 2 groups now on Facebook. I'm part of other groups with Kerry. Shout out to Kerry if he's still in the live chat. That was in like 2017. We kind of stood our ground. People said exactly the same things back then, what you're saying now. They made grand claims of stepping back from the show, never watching season 11 at all. And what did he do? They say, oh, well, I watched a bit of it. Or they said, oh, I watched a bit because my friend, my mother, my spouse, my budgie, my dog, whatever, was watching it. Until finally we get this like rhetoric of, well, you have to watch it, if you want to have an opinion on it. Well, no, you fucking don't. You don't. I don't need a gun pointed to my head at point blank range to know that it'll kill me if they pull the trigger. I don't need to experience that. People sold out. They went back on their fury and bought into the shit that Chibnall was shoveling. Well, here we are again with the same battle cry regarding season 12. So before I go, let me say this: all it takes to make a change is for just one person to stand up and say no. And yes, that person may be ridiculed and laughed at. And I know you have. I mean, Gary has, Bolstrick has. People have ridiculed you guys. And it could just be like, out of all those people who are laughing and mocking and shouting out at you, if you can just reach one person, then you've doubled your numbers. Then you've got two people standing and making saying like no more. So it grows until eventually you create an impact. We've got to, everyone. I do have to say, everyone's got to create a stand on this, because this has really, really, really pissed me off. Gallifrey's been falling since 2017. And I'm sorry, Gallifrey falls no more. Seriously, it's a coin of phrase. It falls no freaking more. It really does. I've read people in comments before today and saying that boycotting will be futile because, for one reason or another. And I think you've had one troll in tonight, and I noticed it, and he kept saying, it's pointless boycotting and whatnot. We're so sitting on your fat fucking arse doing nothing, and eventually succumbing to the humble pie that chimballs are serving. You need to grow a fucking backbone and stand with us. Whoever the hell is doing that, if you're still in the chat and watching, grow a backbone and stand with us. You might as well, if you're right, it might not have an impact. It mightn't impact it at all, but at least you ain't being an apathetic hypocrite.
Exactly, but they know that we're not going to sit down and take this. That's the point. You're right. But the time for talking is finished. The time for saying that we're going to do this and then the other. He's right. We have got to do it. If you say you're going to boycott Doctor Who, right, and I'm asking you to do it, and there is people, and I've seen it in the comments myself, some people say it's futile. No, it's not. It's not. It's never futile. Come here. Did Martin Luther King and all those other civil rights leaders think it was a waste of time doing what they did? No.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. And I know this is not the same thing, right? It's different, but if we stand for something, right? We stand for good quality sci-fi, right? We stand for our show to be fucking protected and preserved, and for canon to be respected, right? The time for talking is over. And he's right. You either stand with us and boycott, or you feck off. Because
exactly, because basically, otherwise you are basically buying in to what they're selling you.
Exactly.
You're either helping stop this shit, or you're part of the problem. And if you're part of the problem, fuck off. Simple as that.
You need to be part of the solution.
I'll take one for the team.
Exactly.
None of you have to.
I know. I told you I'd still do me reviews, but I'm not watching giving BBC a fucking watch. I've said that. He knows I have to do reviews. Stephen knows. Stephen will want to reviews are different. Right, but I'm calling for a map. For the people that watch Series 11, this is what I'll say. For all you people last year that said you weren't going to watch Series 11 but ended up watching it, right? And I'm one of them as well, right? I'll put my hand up to that. But if you say this year that you're not going to watch Series 12 and then you go and watch an episode of Series 12, well then, he is right. You're part of the problem. So either be part of the solution, or if you want to be part of the problem, that's fine.
I understand. I mean, like Bolstrick, like you, they
have to do reviews.
You have to redo reviews. But the thing is, there's ways of watching by proxy.
Yeah, exactly.
I
won't be giving BBC. Listen, BBC are not getting nothing at me. I won't be watching it on my mainstream TV.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll be watching it somewhere else there where BBC won't even get me rating. Trust me. Right? They won't get nothing at me. They're not getting a boost in ratings at me. But this is what needs to happen. If you're going to say you're going to boycott Series 12, you need to stick with it this time. You need to stay true to yourself, and you need to follow through on it. And that means not... Sorry, Ted. And that means not buying the merchandise for this shit as well. Right? That's what that means. It's time to take a fucking stand.
What merchandise? It really depends on what merchandise you're bringing out for Season 12, because at the moment, it's Season 11. What is it? What is it, gender neutral shite?
Yeah, gender neutral, my arse. Right? You can take his gender neutral Doctor Who, right? He can take his fucking planks of bleeding companions that they are, right? Do you know what? Actually, Yasmin Khan being turned into a cyber woman or a cyber person or non-binary cyber man or whatever the fuck they're gonna call it, right? Is probably going to be the best bit of character development for Yasmin Khan. And actually, the Cyberman will probably have more fucking characterization and more of a personality than Yasmin Khan ever fucking had. And with that, Stephen, we have ran out of fucking time. I could do this all night with you.
All right, lovely. All right, no, well, take it easy. Happy anniversary. I wasn't there, but I didn't wish you happy anniversary. So happy anniversary. Happy anniversary, Cheryl.
Thank you.
It's great how you
All
wish
right.
to, you know, I was even saying, she actually agreed me with this, right? Remember, the point that I said about the anniversary, when it's an anniversary, like, it's always kind of aimed at the women, and we should do something apart for the women all the time, but nobody ever really thinks it's the man's side of it. Like, it's the man's anniversary as well as the woman's anniversary.
Well, I said it was
Well,
also because the
It is
No.
true. It is, you know.
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
it's
did you get a pair of
changing. I'm
socks?
just saying, no, but
Did you buy a
Cheryl
pair
said
of
I
socks?
actually
No.
made a great point, and Cheryl hasn't said that to me in a while, so I'll take that
It is true.
one. Right, go on, Stephen. Listen, what a great call. Listen, have you any channels you want to plug?
Basically, I admin keep the Doctor Mail and Not Our Doctor on Facebook. I'm not sure if we got any Twitter links at all, and I don't think we have. To be honest with you, you'd have to ask Kerry about that.
Get yourselves
yeah,
up on a Twitter account as well, though. You will cause ructions in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we need
Yeah.
more freedom fighters, as they say.
Exactly.
That's it.
All right, man.
Right, go
All
on.
right,
Listen,
take it
thank
easy.
you, mate. Thanks for calling in.
Good night now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Great call by Stephen. Yep. Right. Next. Right, I just need to know if these following people are still coming on. I see the Last Time Lord has popped into the chat. Welcome, Last Time Lord. And our Raymond Williams has also popped into the chat as well. Welcome, my friend. Who else have we got? I just seen a few names. I like to call out the people that, because I don't like to miss anybody. This charming manatee 1982. I think I did give you a shout already. I'm not sure, but just in case I didn't, there you go again. Glenn Edwards, I think. Yeah, I think some of these are all the same. I think I'm just being an idiot there now. I think I need to stop drinking. I'm only messing. Right. So we've already got. So right. So the following names I have, I just want to make sure that these people still coming on. Let me know. So I have Problem Being, I have Blue Bonnet Hoovian, I have Rick, then I have Derek, I have Peter, and then I have Gary. So if those people still are ringing in, please send me a message on Messenger right now. I need to know if I need to keep you on the list or cross you on the list. Blue Bonnet Hoovian has gotten in touch. She's still coming on. Well done. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just waiting on the other lads now. It's always the lads, isn't it? Isn't it? So woman is always on time. You tell a woman and, like, you know, straight away, bang, done. You ask the lads and it's like, yeah, waiting here for 10 minutes, like, for the lads. There we go. Lee got in touch for Lee's coming on. And so I'm waiting on Rick to get back in touch with me, Derek to get back in touch with me, Peter to get back in touch with me and let me know if they're still coming on. And I see Excelsior is in the and I can still come on, and I know there is still an hour. You can still, you can come on. We're gonna try squeeze as many of you in. Actually, I'm gonna shut my mouth now and bring on the next caller. That's what I'm gonna do. Rick, you will be. Problem Being, then it's Blue Bonnet Hoovian, then it's you, Rick. So that'll be what? 15. Oh, we're cutting it a bit short. Oh. Now, right, we'll have to cut it down. We'll have to cut everybody's call time down. Ooh. Well, it's 10 to 12 now, right? I finish at 1, right? And I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 callers. Right, but if I take the 6 calls, I'm going to be past me 3 hours.
What will you be to?
What? Well, if I do the 6 calls, that's 15, 15. That's a half. That's half an hour. 15, 15. That's a half an hour. So that's an hour. So an hour and a half. An hour and a half. So
Did you really have to count them?
yeah,
Put down the alcohol.
it's 10 minutes each. There you go. Steven said it. 10 minutes each. I'll squeeze you all in. Right. Right. Let's get this problem being on. Right. I'm not even going to talk anymore. So. Problem being then Andy, so you'll be what? So problem being's call will finish at 12. Then Andy then will be from 12 to 10 past 12. And then Rick, you'll be how am I getting confused? 12 and 10 past the 20 past 12. You'll be on at 20 past 12, Rick. Yeah. And Blue Bonner Hooven. Yeah, you're coming. Yeah, you're still coming on. I have you.
She didn't say she wanted.
You know, I have. Excuse me, my phone says so. Don't be. Why'd you see? This is why I like to do my live streams on my own, right? Because you see, you're confusing me now, right? It was on my phone. Don't be interfering in something that you don't know.
I just want to be.
Yeah, she does that all the time to put me off, and then she makes me look like a prick in front of everybody. Right? I don't know what you're laughing at. It's not funny. I don't like being made look like a prick.
That's making you look like a prick.
Right. Well, fucking, I'll give you that.
Don't
And for anybody that knows, we're joking. How are you, Lee?
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm not too bad. Oh, Ted's going to start bitching.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Hi, Teddy.
Sorry, Ted. Right,
Hello,
so obviously you know what the topics tonight. You've heard everybody tonight, so I'll just let you talk away there now, and I'll shut my mouth.
Well, I expect another extra 3 minutes because of the long intro. No, I mean, some great calls there from Matrix and Stephen. Again, nailed it on the head. I think what the issue is that we have Chibnall, who's basically he's a man with what he thinks is pride, which everyone else sees as arrogance, and he is operating in a complete vacuum. And I think the problem has started with the RTD Moffat era, where the showrunners have received this sort of celebrity, untouchable, Godfather-like status, and there's no such humility in this position. And I think that they've been given a free run for far too long, and they don't listen to criticism. They double down. They've all done it. And I think that's JNT did it, but now we have the increase in social media, and the accountability is a lot more in demand, but not being satiated. So I think there's a big disconnect between people at the top and the poor buggers at the bottom who have to put up with this nonsense. And I find that is going to create a huge wedge. And I said on the chat when we were discussing names for what we should call ourselves, the Star Wars fandom menace has got their thing. I think we should stick with Unit. Unit is a brilliant name for it, because if we come together under the banner of Unit, which has been also trashed by the last, the last incumbent, aren't Unit a group of people who are there to defend the world against an evil alien invasion? And what's more evil and more alien than Chibnall? So I think we should call ourselves Unit or Hoonit. I don't know. Just an idea.
I like that one. Yeah, Hoonit is good. Yeah. So we'll come up with a name, because we really need, as a fandom now, to stick together and to because look, I know this is only a rumor, right? But what this rumor has managed to have done is store up a lot of it's had an emotional effect on a lot of people.
We live in post-rumor times. I don't think the rumors are the problem. The problem is the rumors are allowed to manifest themselves through sheer lack of communication and through disrespecting the audience and for treating us like bloody idiots.
Yeah.
And that level of disrespect, especially with this current rumor, I mean, whether or not it's true is immaterial. The fact that these rumors persist and that they're not dealt with properly without him losing his mind goes to show that he has not got a handle on how to deal with his audience. He's too busy trying to cram in his political biases, his agenda, and I would seriously suggest that Chibnall is probably one of those people who's been placed in the BBC by an organisation called Common Purpose. Now, if anyone wants to go and actually take the time to look up who Common Purpose are and what they're about, we'll find that these people are put into positions of power within places like the BBC, within the judiciary, the police, and all the rest of it. And it sounds, well, conspiracy theory and all this stuff, but they do exist and they do have this sort of influence. And it's all about pushing this kind of agenda. And it fits the pattern. It's the same pattern. You see it in Hollywood, you see it. They're a global organization. And it's all sort of Soros funded and all these usual cretins. And it is a pattern. It's the same pattern. And people who say that boycotting doesn't work, well, you only have to look at the Terminator franchise.
Mm.
You only need to look at Solo. You only need to look at
Ghostbusters 2016 even. You go back that far. Ghostbusters 2016.
Absolutely.
Charlie's Angels. You know, it's...
Things take time to catch on.
Mm.
People have caught on. Even what Nerdrotic calls the normies have caught on.
Yeah.
People don't like being lectured to, and particularly in Britain. When people tell us what to do and what not to do, we don't like that. And I think that Americans particularly share that kind of thing as well. And when they get episodes which berate American politics and, all the rest of it and their way of life, when you're selling a program to America, which Doctor Who has predominantly been, you can't afford to piss off half the population over there either. And I think that's a big problem. Since we exported Doctor Who heavily in America, it's pandered to Americans for so long. And I'm not sure half of this stuff would have happened without that. And I'm not denigrating America particularly. I love America, I love Americans. But I think
I get your point.
Pandering to that liberal elitism.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of people would actually agree with you on that one. Actually, Lee, to be honest with you, I mean, it's a fair point to make. They have, I mean, Moffat. Even remember in Moffat's era, I mean, he definitely pandered to the American side. Sure, they got all the exclusives, if you remember, at one stage.
Absolutely.
I mean,
we fund it and everyone else gets the benefits. I mean, we hardly got anything. We don't even get reruns of the classics here. I had to get an account through a VPN to watch BritBox, to watch the classic series.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. And
I know Twitch is doing it now, but unless you actually have a Twitch account, see, it should be accessible, easily accessible. This is the point. Doctor Who should be easily accessible.
Well, they say it's for everyone,
classic
but they make it so bloody difficult for anyone to access it. And not only that, the BBC have actively tried to suppress it, make it go away.
Yeah,
like it never existed. Now, if they wanted to try and to retcon this thing. If that's true, I mean that's the final nail in the coffin. That's arrogance beyond arrogance.
That was to happen. That would be from a man that has obviously lost touch with reality and does not give a flying. And I do not.
Well, he's shown that. He's absolutely demonstrated that. Ipso facto, the man does not give a shit. He's got his ideas. I understand. He's trying to do something new, different. He's trying to experiment. Yeah. I get it, but he's not executing it properly. No. And he's weighed down by his own belief system.
And by the way, Blue Bonnet Who, you made a great point. I don't buy into the fact that he doesn't have a Twitter account. He has a Twitter account, but not under his own name.
If he doesn't, he has many people who do.
Well, then he has people that are spoiled because he was able to point out about
Absolutely,
the rumor
of
about
course.
being pregnant and all this.
Well, he's got
like,
common purpose behind him, probably doing all that
you know,
information.
so, and he says he doesn't listen to reviews. That guy, I can guarantee it, because I know how a
man's
guy
too
like him works.
egotistical not to read reviews.
He'll
That's
be on
bullshit.
the internet, scouring the internet looking for the reviews, and especially the negative ones to see what people have to say. And then
If
I
he can cry
guarantee
bullshit, so can we. And I'm crying bullshit on that. And the
Moffat
thing
did
is,
the same. Moffat did the same.
Ah.
Fans pissed him off, and he pissed the fans right off by putting something in the area that he knew that would piss them off. Moffat used to do the same, but Moffat is not as bad, I will say.
Moffat at least had a personality and some charisma. Moffat had those things. Chibnall does not. He really doesn't. He doesn't come across as anything other than bullish, bad-tempered, arrogant, and plain. Very plain. Now he's trying to do things like with a speaking frog. He's trying to do like a Douglas Adams kind of thing. Thing is, he's not Douglas Adams.
Yeah.
Without that level of genius, I'm sorry, you're not going to cut it.
Exactly.
And if you're hiring fucking writers from bloody Call the Midwife and Emmerdale, for Christ's sakes, I mean, who watches that crap?
Well,
I mean,
in fairness, I've watched Call the
ludicrous.
Midwife myself now, and it's not a bad show, right? But those writers have no business. But those writers have no business doing Doctor Who. They're all right in the genres that they're a part of.
So many great writers out there who do write science fiction. There's so many people out there who would love the opportunity to write stuff for Doctor Who.
Exactly.
And they don't take scripts. And they should field it. Anyway, that's my rant.
Right, well, we've actually ran out of time.
I know.
Obviously, if you have a YouTube channel,
I'm just here for the band and the rant.
No problem. Listen,
remember, guys, we are unit. Unit.
That's it. I've seen that there. That seems to be catching on now. Yes.
Good
right.
man.
Listen. Thanks for coming on, and don't be a stranger. Be nice to see you again, and don't be afraid to come on and have a bit of a chat. And thanks for coming on. It's been great.
It's great to speak to you again, and I'll speak to you again soon.
See you later,
bye,
mate.
Teddy. Bye, Cheryl.
Bye. And that was Problem Being. For anybody that wants to know, I call him Lee. I just call him by his first name. I'm obviously not going to give his second name out, but I call people by their first name if I'm allowed to. So, great call from so we just go straight on Blue Bonnet Whovians next. We're just going to keep the calls rolling. Let's get this on. This is good though. Tonight is good. I have to say we've gotten different takes as well. Hello. Can you hear me?
How are you doing?
Oh, I thought there for a second you couldn't hear me. I thought you were going to say hello and then hello. How are you?
No. So I'm just gonna jump right in.
Go ahead.
Last night when we had that chat and I found out about they were talking about doing the decanonization. Normally I don't like just jump on the rumor bandwagon or anything like that, but the more I thought about it, the more I started worrying about it, because before we had a female doctor, there was all kinds of rumors going around, and it just seems like the fandom is just very lax, and they're just like, oh no, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen, and look what we have now. Yeah. So I think it's really important to stay very vigilant. Of course, use your head, but like I said, if you have a YouTube channel, if you have any kind of, you use social media, get the word out. The worst that can happen is you're just basically, spreading rumors, but at least you're showing that if this is a possibility, we're not going to put up with this.
Exactly. And that's the point. I think what we've done in the past is we have dismissed rumors because they're so outrageous, and we've just forgot. But look, look where we got with Series 11. Look what we're hearing about Series 12.
Right,
I'm sorry,
exactly.
folks. This is getting... Look, I said this at the beginning, but then I start getting optimistic because of things that I was hearing, right?
Right.
We've got to be honest here. Look at what was produced last year. It wasn't good enough. I'm sorry, folks,
Oh,
but it wasn't. And it's going to be worse this time around.
Oh, I don't have any hope for season 12 being any better. You know, the only people that should be watching there are people that are reviewing it, and don't watch it. Like you said, don't give BBC ratings. Don't give BBC America ratings. Don't TiVo it. You know, go other means to get it done. If you can't do that and you can't do reviews, then don't do it.
Exactly.
Because
and look, if you do feel necessary that you have to watch it because you just have to watch it, well, then all I'll say to you is then don't go down the route where you give BBC a rating, right? I'll say no more.
That's
you
right.
know exactly what I'm talking about, right? If you really have to watch,
and
just don't watch it on BBC's platforms whatsoever. You don't give them a viewership.
Exactly. And I don't even in fact, I took off my TiVo. It doesn't record any Doctor Who anymore, just because I want to make sure, because I don't know how they count that.
Yeah.
And I don't want that.
Exactly.
I stopped that last year after the Ting episode, because I was watching it, and I'm not going to say on here, but I was watching it another means, so that I wasn't giving them ratings. So I actually stopped, and I never actually said I wasn't going to watch it, but you know, if you're going to say that, then don't. And we're all guilty. I'm guilty of buying merchandise. When I said, oh, I'm not going to buy any more merchandise, I'm angry, and then I go and do it.
Yeah. Yeah. See,
so we're all guilty of that.
Yeah, we all do it. Look, I did it last year as well. I called for a boycott and I ended up reviewing it, right? But obviously people will want me to do reviews this year, so I kind of get a pass. But I'm still going to find ways of watching it where I don't give BBC a rating or an audience score, because they get nothing at me. I'm not even going to go out. Do you know what now? I'm going to second-hand shops now, and I'm going to find DVDs. And you know what? People are sending me DVDs
and I do
as well,
that
which
too.
is
I buy merchandise secondhand.
Yeah.
I go to Half Price Books. I buy comic books half price, and you know, secondhand. I don't have to worry. Go to eBay if you want a figure. Go on eBay.
Yeah.
There's ways to do it.
Yeah.
But as far as watching it, unless you're reviewing it and you have a way to where you're not, paying for it, and you're not paying for it as well.
Yeah.
But using BBC or anything, then do it. And if you can't, don't do it, because we have to make a stand, because we've been very lax. And this is how they do it. They don't do it like big time. They do it slow and subtle.
Yeah.
And this is what they've been doing over the years. Yeah. And it didn't just start with last season. It started with Missy, and I liked her. Granted, I liked her. I loved her character, but it's little things like that. It's little things, and that's how they get it. That's how they get it to happen. And if they do this in the first episode, it won't be big time. It'll be a little comment.
Yeah, just look at the way the Jodie. Yeah, exactly. But just look at the way the J-bots, as we call them. Look at the way they behave. Look at the way they react. Look at how they defend Jodie Whittaker this era.
Exactly.
Right? But
exactly.
We might criticize them, but look at the way they defend. They do it as a fucking group. They do it together. They don't go after people on their own. They do it together. We need to stand together now and tell BBC and show BBC that we are disappointed and we are not satisfied with this era. This is the only way that we're going to get things done. And that's the way they used to get shows cancelled back in the day. We need to get back to those type of things. Boycott. Use that hashtag as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's time. And if I'm saying it because it's taken me a while to get completely this way, that doesn't mean that I love season 11, but I'm saying when we're talking about decanonization, even the fact that they're would even put that out there,
even put it out there. Yeah,
I lost sleep last night just thinking about how if they were willing to do that, what else would they be willing to do? Are we going to have a gay wedding between Yaz and 13, and then 13 goes to a surrogate, gets pregnant, and now she's on the magazine the first time, baby? I mean, years ago I would have laughed at that. I would have oh no. Now I'm like, it's concerning. It's scary.
Yeah, I dread it. I might be laughing right now, but it's a nervous laugh. I actually dread it because Look, at this stage, all I'll say is I think Chris Chibnall is capable of anything. And right now, Chris Chibnall is pissed crazy at us all because we've been annoying him for the whole year because we've been slating these series, but we haven't done enough. I'm sorry. There's YouTube channels on YouTube that have hundreds of members, right? And the groups are nearly dead. You need to be putting more content on our groups and reigniting the fire in these fans that have given up. You need to get these fans back fighting for this show, right? They're the fans we need to reignite and say, listen, stand with us. Exactly. Stand with us. We're going to make a stand together and we're going to show the BBC that enough is enough. Because the Jodie Whittaker side, we may criticise them, but one thing I will say is that they all get together, they're organised, and we're not. We're disorganised and we wait until the last minute, until it's too fucking late, and then we decide to do something about it. So before it gets too late, why not let's do something about it now and let's kill this era before it gets to a serious 14, just in case Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker do end up staying. Let's make sure that we make the BBC's mind up for them that they'll get rid of them because the ratings are down the fucking pan. Exactly. It's their chance now. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's better to get rid of them because if it's canceled under her, she will remain the doctor until someone picks it back up. And I personally, that will bug me.
Yeah.
That will bug me.
Yeah.
You know, yes, we want it all canceled. We want them, but I also don't want her to be the doctor when it's canceled because she's going to be like, it's like McCoy. Not that that was such a horrible thing. This is much worse. Exactly.
But we have to force the BBC. See, this is the thing. BBC were forced into a decision by the other side. This is why they went down this route. Now it's up to us as a fandom that don't agree with this to force their hand again. And if their hands were forced once before, they can be forced again. We must stand together now. I've even said it to the bigger YouTubers out there. I said it to them out straight last night. We must take a stand together now. This is, whether people like it or not, this is war. And it is war. And people can laugh. It's a war now. It's a war to save this show from these parasites, right? And they are not, as long as I'm living and breathing, they are not going to ruin the legacy of every single fucking doctor that came before. They are not going to be allowed to do it. I will not allow it to happen. And I want you guys to fucking back me up on this one.
Yeah. We really do. We really do need to make a stand and stick to it because they're not going to change until we do. And us being meek and then just like, oh, it'll get better. It'll get better. No, this is beyond. If they're talking about this, if they really are, and even if it's just a tiny little comment, oh, it was just a little comment, it's a little joke. No.
That's what it starts off with the comments. Remember, though, it always starts off with a little throwaway line or a little throwaway comment.
Exactly. It's a little comment. It's nothing. Oh, it is. But it is. Because that's how it started with Missy. And that's how it started. I think Stephen Griffiths had actually mentioned in another group that it started with the Brigadier's daughter. They had to make her a female. And nothing wrong with that. I love Kate Stewart. I mean, I agree with him. I like her character. But it's little things. It's little things like that.
Yeah, it's time now. Listen, we've ran out of time. I'd love to keep you on all night because we could talk about this for the whole. I'm telling you, this is the next couple of wet days. We've got the Doctor Who trailer dropping tomorrow as well, by the way, folks. So I'm gonna do a reaction to that.
I'll be very interested in watching. I'll be
which is going to be interesting because I think it's the first time I've ever done a proper reaction trailer video. So I don't know how my face is going to look. So if I start making weird noises and making weird faces tomorrow when I'm watching the trailer, that's the way I usually am.
But that's great because then you get a real reaction, not someone being phony, and there are people on the internet that do. So I'd rather see a real reaction.
We've got a Scouser in the chat. He's calling me a twat. Well, you're a Scout. No, but it's grand. It's grand. He's a twat for being a Scouser. Man United all the way. Woo! Fuck you in Liverpool or Everton or whoever you are. Get out of this chat, you scouts. What do we call you? Bin dippers. That's what we call you as Man United fans. We call you bin dippers. Bye-bye, bin dipper. Listen, do you want to flag? Do you want to give your channel an L shout out there?
It's just.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just Blue Bonnet Hoovian on YouTube.
Right. If anybody could do us a favor, because I'm still crap at it. Chuckzilla was doing it earlier on. I don't know if he's still here. He might have popped off. But if anybody could actually put the link to our channel in the live chat like we've been doing with the other channels, that'll be great. Thanks for that.
All right.
Blue Bonnet. Actually, just before you go, I actually wanted to ask you, are you going to be doing your own reviews for Series 12?
If I can even get through it. If I can, I don't even know. I mean, it just depends. I mean, if it's so bad, I mean, I don't know how I even got through last year. Last year was really hard. Even my husband was like, "How did you even watch that?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't even know why. I just wanted to see, like, if it got better, and it never did." So,
well, I'm going to be doing them on this channel. But I'm going to be bringing guests on as well. So if you want to come on, because I'll be bringing on like a little panel. It won't be like just call-ins. I've decided that I'm going to do it kind of a panel thing where I'll have loads of callers.
Yeah, at least see how it goes with one episode, because I don't even know if I can even get, if the first one's so bad I can't get through it. I don't know. Cool. We'll see.
And Chuckzilla and Cheryl have both put your channel
okay,
up.
thank you. Appreciate that.
Well done, Chuckzilla. Thank you, Chuckzilla. We love Chuckzilla. Right, listen, thanks. Anyway, Blue Bonnet Hill, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I couldn't give you more time tonight, but we've got so many people.
No, it's fine.
No, not a bother. Thanks anyway.
Well, it's good coming on.
No
night,
problem.
y'all. Bye.
Good night. Look after yourself. And that was Blue Bonnet Hoovian. And we like Blue Bonnet Hoovian as well. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It's very important that we support other YouTubers. Fellow YouTubers, but because you know what YouTube's like, right. We've got the Rick Meister, and I suppose Rick is probably going to have a bit of a song. He does always have the Teddy song. So Teddy, would you like to join me for this part? Because your buddy is going to be coming on and singing you a song. Okay, he doesn't give a shit. Maybe when he's mad at me because I won't play with him. Right, well, we'll see. Right, let's see if Rick is actually ready. I will give him a text there. I'll give him a thumbs up. I always give a thumbs up if they give me a thumbs up back then. That means they're ready. Do us a favor. See, there's 39 of you, 40 of you watching right now. If you haven't liked the video, if you haven't liked the stream, please give it a like. And if you've liked what you've heard tonight from all the callers, and obviously from myself, please give the stream a like. You hit that notification button. And of course, as we always say, please subscribe and support your fellow YouTubers. You don't necessarily have to subscribe to me, but I would be honored. But if there is another YouTuber out there that you really do like, and you've never subscribed to them before, please do, because they will need your support. Right, let's bring on our next caller. The Rick Meister. It's okay, teddy bears. It's only the phone.
Good evening.
Good evening, my friend.
Excellent. I can hear you and you can hear me. Splendid.
Absolutely.
Right, I actually have bullet points this evening.
Right, go for it.
Okay. Do you want to a little quick little... I think we should just have a little Teddy the Dog of Doom thing, as you've requested it. My many fans, bless you both. Says, Teddy the Dog of Doom, how do we leave this gloom? Snarls at our feet, we need to weep. Oh, Teddy, the Dog of Doom.
Yeah.
Did you like that?
Did you like that song, Teddy?
What do you think, Teddy?
Well, now come here. You should be honored, Ted. I didn't even get a song sung about me, and you got a song sung about you. And I'm the star of this channel.
That's the bit of the musical when it's all really sad. And he's like all really complaining and stuff.
Yeah, you have to say, no, hold on there. You have to say hello to Rick for singing you a song. Look, say hello to Rick now. Don't be.
Teddy.
There he is. He's acting a little. Oh, he's acting. Hey.
Maybe an animal.
Now, this is Ted. For anybody that doesn't know, anybody that's new that actually joined us, we do have me little dog Ted on sometimes. Now, he's never as jumpy as this, but yeah, I have to put him down. But he's a lovable little chap. He's just a bit hyper tonight. Right, listen. So you've heard all the discussion. Yeah, I was just going to say you've heard all the discussion tonight. So obviously you have stuff to add. So I'll just shut up now. Yeah, you've got your bullet points. So I'll let you read those bullet points. I'm just going to walk away from the camera for a few minutes. Won't be too long.
Okay.
I just have to use the little boys' room. Sharon says I should never say that I'm using the little boys' room, but I think it's bad manners not to say that I'm if I just go off and don't say I'm not using the little boys' room, because people say, well, where's he gone? So I'm letting you know now I'm using the little boys' room. I'll probably be slated for calling it little boys' room. Well, you see, in my house, it's either a boys' bathroom or a girls' bathroom, whoever's using it. We don't have these little stupid little mixed gender crap thing toilets.
Right. Okay. Well, off you pop then. I'll crack on through my bullet points.
I don't even know what I was trying to say there. I think I've drank too much of this shit.
Moving swiftly on. Okay. Well, first of all, this is for Yvette and all the other folks that I promised this story to. So this is my animal story. So the other day, I went into my garage and I looked on the ground, and there was this S-shaped black object on the concrete floor. I stooped down, and it was unfortunately, a very, very dead little newt, little amphibian that we get here. So I gently picked up its desiccated carcass, and it had a little fly stuck in its mouth. So it died happy. So I was looking at this thing, and I put it down. Carry on with my day. So it gets dark. I'm just about to go and see my friend. And so I'm coming out of my front door. I'm locking the front door, and I put my foot down from the step, and I feel I'm stepping on something. And I think, is it dog mess? Whatever it is. I'm thinking, okay. So I put my heel down so I don't put my whole weight down. I get my torch out, shine it down. Poor little thing, it was a frog. I squished the frog, poor little chap. And he's just sitting there going, help me. And eventually I just went off on my way. And eventually I came back home and he disappeared. So he must have been strong enough to walk away. So that's my Yvette style animal story. I was the scourge of amphibians.
I used to have a pet frog.
She's not alone.
I used to have a pet frog myself, and like every classic pet frog story, I actually stood on mine and killed it. It was accidental, of course, but it was traumatizing at the time. Yeah. I call him Fredo the Frog. Yeah, may he rest.
Bless him.
Yeah, may he rest.
Rest in peace, Fredo.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's talk about the origins of the Doctor. Let's go back into the Doctor's ideas.
Right. Let's get.
So first of all, I want to talk to you about Lungbarrow, which is a Virgin novel.
Right.
And it's about the seventh Doctor. The seventh Doctor. Sorry. And he goes back to Gallifrey. And the nation of Gallifrey is cursed. They can't actually reproduce sexually like they should be able to. They've been cursed. And so they create new timelines on these looms. And it's hinted at that the Doctor is actually the other. So there were three people in Time Lord mythology that set up the Time Lord race. There's Rassilon, there's Omega, and then there's the other. And it's heavily hinted in the Cartmel years that the Doctor is indeed the other. So he was the third in that triad. So we've got that background story for him. So changing gender, maybe he could go back into the loom, who knows? Anyway, next point I was going to make was the brain of Morbius. We have that battle between the Fourth Doctor, Tom Baker, and Morbius on that brain-bending machine. How long can you go, Doctor? And he's sort of pushing him back into his lives. And you see flashes of people. The point being, it was a bit of a laugh by the production crew, but all of them are male. There's no female incarnations of either of those characters. So whether you're seeing the Doctor or you're seeing Morbius, their previous incarnations, all of them are male. So no evidence there of this gender swap. Okay, so let's move on to Missy, because I liked Missy.
Yeah.
I think Michelle Gomez did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think she was a great actress, so I agree with you. But, yeah.
I bought a complaint. So here's a retcon we could do to fix that problem and keep the Doctor, to keep the genders always the same.
Oh, it's the anniversary of Doctor Who now, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot. Happy anniversary, Doctor Who. 56 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Romana, when she regenerates in Destiny of the Daleks, she keeps coming out as a female, doesn't change sex, doesn't change gender. So there's no evidence for it in the old classic Who. But here we have a retcon. Now remember, Anthony Ainley's master is Nissa's father, and I can't remember the character's name, but the master takes over that guy's body. So he looks like Tremas, but he's actually the master. The master is inhabiting that body. So perhaps the master again squanders his regenerations, comes across Michelle Gomez as a normal human being, inhabits that body, becomes the mistress. You see what I mean? You could retcon this. You could pull it back from the abyss if you wanted to by meddling about with canon. This is what religious people have been doing all the time over the years, because they argue over canon all the time. Oh, that book in the Bible shouldn't be there. Oh, yes, it should. And in the old days, they used to have a good old stab at each other and literally have wars. What did you say earlier this evening? You said, it's war. These people are going to do this to our canon. Well, we can put it back from the abyss. We can say, okay, worst case scenario is that the female Doctor and Missy come from a time war or an alternative timeline. There's always your get out clause, people. If you have a terrible season of Doctor Who, you say, oh, that's an episode from the Time War. That's the Daleks messing with it. Oh, no, all this happened and it never actually happened. Or you say, oh, it's an alternative timeline. This is an alternative Doctor that we've been seeing. There's always, this is the beauty of a time travel show. You can go back in time. So in the universe, I'm not saying it's a great thing that Chibs and co are messing with this, but it's not irreversible. That's what I'm trying to say to everybody. So we can take a breath. We can think, yeah, this is appalling. This is dreadful, but it's not irreversible. We can say, yeah, alternative timeline, alternative universe. It was something the Daleks did in the Time War. It was messing with us all. There's, these aren't ordinary human beings. This is a race of people who've mastered time. They are the lords of time. And so it can be fixed. Now, what else do I want to say? Now, I think I'm running out of time, aren't I? So
you've got about 6 seconds left.
Now, on the Chibs side, I was going, oh, we're for women's rights. Well, so am I. I'm for equality, not equity. So let's talk about the difference between those two. Equality fits in with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s idea, which is where you judge someone by the quality of their character, not by anything else. So therefore, talent rises to the top. There's no quotas. There's no affirmative action. It's the best rises to the because race and gender don't matter. And that's the best way you present a better future. Like Star Trek didn't say, oh, look, we've got a black lady being the communications officer. Isn't that amazing? They just did it. They didn't go, oh, my God, look, we've got a lesbian as a security officer. Isn't that amazing, folks? They just did it. They didn't have to wave flags all the time. Because good writing allows people to normalise the fact that there are transsexual people and there are homosexual people And there are people who believe in God. There are people who don't believe in God. And everyone has to live here all together. And if our drama can gently tell us that we're all human beings and we've all got to roll up together at some point, then that's a very good message. And the Doctor actually gave us that message. He said in the Attack of the Zygons, Peter Capaldi gave one of the greatest speeches ever. Forget on Doctor Who, ever on TV. When he said those lines about you fight and then eventually you have to sit down and talk. And what happens when you've got your paradise? Was then someone comes along and tries to ruin it? Do you kill them as well?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That speech was so brilliant. So look, folks, Chibs is an idiot. Poor old Jodie was sold down the river, told not to watch the previous Doctors, is absolutely imprisoned in this whole thing of this identity politics because you try leaving that group.
Yeah.
You try being in it and saying, actually, I don't believe this anymore.
Yeah.
See what will happen to you? Because it's emotional control and thought control, and it leads to fear.
Exactly.
Okay? So even if she woke up tomorrow and watched all the Doctors and thought, oh, Christ, Chibs is ruining this, what can I do about it? Well, maybe she could have a word with the Chibs and say, look, I don't want to do this way. Can we row it back a bit? But at the end of the day, she's hired to do a job by the showrunner. I mean, really, if we want to do something, yes, we can boycott if we choose to, or we can watch it if we choose to, because we're not like the other side. We don't tell people what to do.
Exactly. Rick, we
can entreat people.
Sorry,
or
Rick.
What we can actually do is write to the BBC and say, here's some bullet points of why I didn't enjoy the show and why I'm not going to buy the DVD like I normally do, and why I'm not going to buy the figures and I'm not going to buy this and that. And if they get enough of those from license fee payers, that will be recorded, that'll go up to the scale, up the ladder to some kind of manager of that. And I go, oh my goodness, we've received 5,000 letters from licensee payers, and they're very upset. Because that's what I was doing with my Jehovah's Witness activism. You don't just sit and whinge. What you do is you write in my case, I was writing to politicians saying, get these people investigating the child abuse cover up.
Yeah.
And by God, we managed to do that, and I'm really proud of it. And I did a tiny bit of that. I wrote to my MP, and I said, put these people on that IPSA investigation, please.
Yeah.
And they bloody did it.
Right,
so
listen, Rick.
It does happen. But that's why I would advise people to do, boycott or not. But I would advise people, if you're a license fee payer, write to the BBC, I'm going to do this. Write to the BBC and say, here's why I'm upset, here's why I'm not buying the DVD, here's why I'm not buying the merchandise.
Well, Rick, we've actually ran out of time, my friend. We've actually went over a bit of time.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, you're grand, you're making. So I tried to find an opportunity to get in there and let you know, but I didn't really manage to the story. I was there. I thought I had a little gap, and I go, oh, we're running, and then you went again. And I was like, oh man, I just have to wait. I was like, because I'm like you. I know what it's like. Once you get started, that's it. You can't stop. You're like me. You're like me. Listen, mate, as usual, thanks for coming on. And listen, I'm on again Sunday, and don't forget, I'm on Saturday on Ballstreck's channel as well. So join us there.
Good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Take care now.
See you, mate. Have a good one. Thanks, Rick. I love Rick. Rick is brilliant. See, I'm sorry, like normally he'd be in the amount a lot of time, but tonight because we got so right. Listen, Derek, I've actually sent you a message on the live chat there. You're next on my list, but I don't see you on Messenger. So if you could text me on Messenger and let me know if you're still calling in, because you're actually the next caller. If you can't call in, then we'll move on to the next caller and we can bring you on Sunday. Yeah, Sunday. Oh, Mammy has the snail. Oh, Jesus, she's got. Get out, germs. Get out. No, germs. What did I tell you? If I get sick, woman. Right, anyway, just before I do take the next caller, hopefully Derek can get in touch with me. This is where it all started, folks. There it is. When it burst onto our screens. It's past midnight here, so officially, well, they say 2 a.m., but in Ireland it's after 12. So as far as we're concerned, Doctor Who's anniversary, it's happy anniversary. Well, it's not actually a happy anniversary, let's be honest about it. But there you go. That's where it all started. You know, produced by a woman. You know, apparently women weren't treated properly in the Doctor Who universe. Apparently all they wear was eye candy and stuff. You know, lies as usual, but that's where it all started. And that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting for the legacy of the great man that played the Doctor. There he is there, right? And every other man that played the Doctor. That's what we're fighting for now. It's too late, right? It's too late. Anyway, we should have done this during Series 11. But if we could stop Series 13 from being made, right, under Chibnall, if he's staying, if rumours are to be believed that both of them are staying, then it's our job as fans to make sure that it doesn't get past Series 12. So that's what we're fighting for. So when all you people that criticise me and say that I'm hating, this is what we're fighting for. The legacy of this man and every other man that played this role. All right? That's what we're fighting for. And I'm not going to stop, and I told you, I'm not going to stop until I take my last breath. I am not going to let them destroy everything that was built up by everybody that was part of that. No bloody way. Right, it doesn't look like I have a message from Derek. So I'm going to assume that he doesn't want to come on. So I'm going to bring on the second last caller, which is Peter, if Peter still wants to come on. I don't know if you're still here, Peter. If you are, send us a message on Messenger, please, and let us know. And then our last caller will be Gary. Gary wanted to be the last caller of the night, so we will give him final thoughts. I've got a funny feeling Gary is gonna be quite the calmest out of everybody tonight when it comes to making the point about these rumours, to be honest with you. I think I've gotten to know Gary a bit while I've been on this. He has a bit of a cool head on him and likes to say, be calm, just wait and see what unfolds. And that's fair enough. But this rumour has kicked us for it. So I don't know, is he gone? He must be gone. The two of them must be gone. Hold on, I'm gonna see.
Who's the other one?
It'd be Bad Wolf 66.
Bad Wolf's still there.
Wouldn't it, Peter? Yeah, Bad Wolf 66.
Gary.
Well, you'd be wrong, LOL. Oh, I'm wrong. All right, you coming on to give an hour rant? No, you're actually right. See, you had me wound up there for a second. See, there is some that I know that I've gotten to know that I know are quite more diplomatic about it. And then there's some that are like me that panic and go into high panic mode. And fair enough, I probably have overreacted a bit. But you know what? Here's the bottom line. As I said, even the fact that that's even out there and a lot of people have made that point, I do agree with that point. Because it starts off, yeah, what do they call them? Chinese whispers, isn't it? Isn't that what they say? Chinese whispers. And then they blow out into full blown.
That's racist.
It's not racist.
I answer everything.
I know it is, but how is that? Actually, I better watch that. Probably is racist now, isn't it? Yeah, we probably won't be able to say fortune cookie anymore either, because that'll be racist. Well, it was invented by Americans and it's supposed to be a Chinese thing, and Chinese people don't even know what fortune cookies.
AF commercial for laundry soap for Calgon.
Right, well then, it looks like from what I'm gathering here that Gary is actually next because the other two lads haven't gotten back to me. So, after all that, I could have probably gave everybody. See, this is why I asked were people definitely coming on, because it's not fair on those people that come on and only got 10 minutes. But it looks like Gary is the last call. So we'll bring you on now in a second, Gary. There. So, if people want to ring in Sunday while I'm talking to Gary, while I'm in the live chat, you can give me your names. Now, only give me your names if you are definitely going to come on. I don't mind if you need to come on at a certain time. I will try get you on at a certain time, right? If it doesn't clash with someone else coming on at that time, because they have to come on at that time. Do you get me? But I will make allowances. But don't say you're coming on unless, as usual, as it's been anyway. You know, you're either sick or we can't help that. Or a family member sick, obviously you can't help that. I'm not going to say, well, listen, you let me down, blah blah blah. But if you're adamant that you're coming on, you have to come on, because it actually isn't fair. I mean, I'm after rushing through all those calls, and I could have gave them all an extra 5 minutes. Right. So if anybody does want to come on Sunday, I'm taking names for Sunday's list now. Now, let me see. Russian bots. Yeah, that's what they call us as well, don't they? Russian bots. I do not know what they mean by the Russian bots. No, I do not know. No, we do not like the Russians.
No, you can't do accents. Please stop.
I cannot do the accent?
No.
I think I do great.
No.
No?
No.
No?
Don't make me do my Irish accent.
Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning. Top of the morning.
You've upset Ted.
Of course I've upset Ted. I upset everybody. I upset everybody on the internet. I upset you. I upset the dog. I upset myself. I upset the snowman. I upset God. I upset the devil. I upset everybody. Right? That's my nature. I love upsetting everybody. It's my job. Okay. Do you want your ball? There you go. All you have to do is ask me. You don't have to cry. Right, we're going to bring Gary on and wrap this up. Oh, back. Had to help my mum with an Iceland. Oh, right. Well, then you're right. So you can still come on, Peter. Yeah, is that what you're saying? Because if you are, then that makes you the second last call, then Gary. But you have to tell me now because we're running out of time. I've actually wasted. Right. Well, he hasn't. Right. Okay. Well, text me on Messenger. Text me on Messenger. Let me know you're ready on Messenger, and then I'll ring you. Have we any new names? Right. I'm just going to give a few channel shout outs myself. So as usual, the usual channels that I will give a mention to. Nerdaholics, go and give them a sub. Not My Doctor. Who give them a sub as well. Who else have we got group wise? Bad Wolf 66 has a group. Go and give them a sub. Who else? An Adventure in Space and Time. Michelle has a group. Give her an old sub there. We haven't seen Michelle in the live chat in a while. Who else have we got? Who else am I forgetting? I said Nerdaholics, I think. Did I say Nerdaholics? If I didn't, I say Nerdaholics again. Obviously, the usual ones. The big three for me, Doomcock and Erotics, and obviously like Ballstrek. Who else? There was a couple of other YouTube channels that I actually Gamer50 actually as well, and they're someone that I know through someone, so give them a sub as well. Eddie Ascaro's channel, Talk the Doctor. Obviously give them a sub as well if you want information on Series 12 Doctor Who, and Matrix Lord 212 obviously because we had him on tonight as well. Give him a sub. And if I've missed anybody, put user group in the yoke. I'm gonna get Peter on now. Get this show on the road because we got 2 more calls, so we'll just make it. I'll be 5 minutes over the 3 hours. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right, great. So how are you?
I'm okay.
Well, that's good.
I've been busy today.
Busy. What have you been doing? Anything interesting?
I'm just working on the Telebot Chronicles Episode 3 trailer. It's now in post-production. I've been doing the special effects and the sound effects. And once that's done, I'll add the voices and background music, and then it should hopefully be uploaded tomorrow.
Oh, nice. We're looking forward to that. So, as I said, while you were waiting to come on, I actually told people to sub to your channel. So do me a favor, when we're obviously finished this call, drop your channel in the live chat there as well. Your channel. You have 2 channels, don't you? You have the gamer one as well.
Yeah, Bad Wolf 66 and Bad Wolf Gamer.
Yeah. I've actually watched the stream on the gamer one, wasn't it? We watched, what was it? We were watching that bloody Planet
Was
game.
it Little Big Planet?
Little Big Planet. That's what we were all watching. Yeah, I actually sat there and watched the gaming stream. Right, me 2 years ago or even a year ago, you wouldn't have caught me watching a gaming stream. Seriously, it's not the type of thing I used to be into. But gamer streams, like I watch a lot of them now. I watched the FIFA one there a couple of weeks ago. Right, watching the FIFA competition, ridiculous.
Okay.
Sorry, I just heard someone whispering in the background. Is everything okay?
I got interrupted.
That happens. Cheryl interrupts me. Cheryl does it to me all the time, so I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Right, well, listen, we might as well ask you, like, obviously you've heard all the rumors that are flying around and stuff. Just briefly ask you, how do you feel about everything that you've been hearing lately? And can I ask you, with Doctor Who's anniversary obviously official now in the UK and Ireland, 56 years of Doctor Who, it doesn't feel like a celebration though, does it?
No, not really. It's a bit of an odd number to celebrate. I mean, you chose an odd time to release it, but if it's Doctor Who Day, then it's Doctor Who Day.
Do you think it's applied by the BBC though, because it is Doctor? Because this is what I was thinking. They're probably looking for the most maximum amount of exposure. Because let's be honest, they haven't really promoted this series very well. So Doctor Who Day, obviously, it's a big day for Whovians. Well, proper Whovians. Let's be honest. Those J-bots won't be celebrating it anyway. They'll be looking for a fight. But I mean, do you think the BBC are very cleverly, or Chibnall probably thinks that it's a clever idea to have it on this day because, it'll get maximum attention? Or do you think it's deliberately done because he's trying to prove, it's a female that put it on Doctor Who Day? It's normally, before Jodie Whittaker came along, we'd be celebrating every actor that played the role of the Doctor. This will be the first time that a woman, well, obviously in Whittaker, will be in the spotlight for this celebration because she will be part of it whether we like it or not. I mean, do you think he's this is a kind of a clever little message sending the fans, like, well, we took your Doctor Who Day away? Because it is. That's what it is to me. It's little things like that, as people have said. They do little things, little subtle things, and it mightn't mean much to these planks, right? But we know what BBC and what message they're trying to send us when they do these little things.
Yeah. He could be trying to start a Twitter hashtag trend. I mean, it'll probably fail miserably, but since he's lost half the fan base, he'll probably lose more as time goes on. There'll probably be like 25% of the true fans left. And as for this trailer, I'm not hopeful for it. There may be some virtue signaling in it,
I heard I heard it's not even going to be much of a trailer either. I heard it's going to be kind of like a TV spot kind of thing, and it's not even going to be a decent trailer. I mean, look what he did last year. Didn't he do one with just a trailer with all the fucking cast, all the guest stars that were going to show up? Or did he do that at the end of fucking The Woman Who Fell to Earth, wasn't it? I thought he did something like that. I'm being honest with you. I don't think we're going to get a big ass trailer. Now, this is me just speculating. I don't think we're going to get a big ass trailer. I'd say we'd be lucky if we get a 30-second teaser or a 15-second teaser off him, to be quite honest with you. I think he's that stingy with information and he's that paranoid about anything getting out that he'll give the minimum amount that he can in a trailer. To be quite honest with you, I wouldn't be even surprised if the show is still in post-production. I wouldn't be surprised if it's still in post-production. I don't know.
Just giving us breadcrumbs.
That's all you'll do. I don't think we'll get a full-blown trailer like we all think we will. By the way, something very interesting about that photograph that they put up, though. Now, I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks with me, right? But Jodie Whittaker's standing there with her jacket open, right? Graham is standing one side of her, and then the other two are standing the other side of her, right? But if you look at the clouds very carefully, I'm pretty sure there's a Cyberman within those clouds, and I'm pretty sure if you look where Ryan is, no, not Ryan, yeah, it's Ryan. I think there's a Draconian on his body in the shape of those space dust. And there's definitely another Cyberman on Graham's jacket. You can see it's just underneath. You can see the two eyes. I may be seeing things and my eyes are playing tricks. And I see, you know, the way when you look up at clouds, you see what you want to kind of see kind of thing. I think that's what it might be. But I don't know. I'm not so sure. It looks like I've seen Cybermen, Draconians, and I've definitely seen something that looks like another Mondasian Cyberman, but that could be just me just seeing things because I want it. But interesting.
There does appear to be something there, but you'd have to highlight it in a video.
I tried. I even tried to zoom it up, but when you zoom it, you can't see it as well. The thing is, I might do it and actually put an arrow and just point at it for people to see if they actually agree with me. I could be just saying things, but it's just interesting because let's remember they've done this in the past with other posters, not with Doctor Who, but with other TV shows and other film franchises. They leave little clues in little posters and stuff like that. Now, I don't know if Chibnall and his creative team are actually that creative and would actually be that clever to do something like that. But it's very interesting.
Not quite a Da Vinci.
No, well, he's definitely not a Da Vinci. I tell you, Jesus Christ, man. Whoever thought that guy was capable of writing for Doctor Who they must have been drinking that day when they gave him the job. Actually, Moffat used to say they had big, huge piss-ups, right? I say that's what happened, right? They all got together, had a big, huge piss-up, right? And sober Chibnall turns up, right? And he sits down and he sees they're all pissed out of their head and he goes, yeah, I'll take the job, but you have to let me cast the female doctor and let me do whatever the fuck I want. And they were all pissed out of their heads and he says, okay, and gave him the job, not realizing that they'd already given him the contract to sign on the fucking dotted line and couldn't pull out. Yeah, I'm only speculating. By the way, I'm not saying for any J-bots out there, I'm not actually saying that actually happened. Now, I know you're actually a bit stupid and probably think that actually, you know, believe me and say that I'm spreading rumours, but I'm just speculating. Yeah. Just had to let the J-bots know. There's a few stupid ones that came onto me YouTube channel earlier today. Thanks to Beth from the Time Ladies. It's great. You're sending loads of people my way. It's actually funny. I never trust male feminists, right? Because I'll tell you why. They're only interested in getting their rocks. And the only reason why people are picking up for you, Beth, is because basically they feel sorry for you for starters. And second of all, they're probably trying to get into your knickers. Yeah. So stop sending your little army my way because it's not going to work. And by the way, I've got the email address to the Doctor Who magazine editor, and I will be writing to the Doctor Who magazine editor, and I will be letting them know of your behavior and the type of stuff and rhetoric that comes out your mouth. And see, the funny thing is, and the good thing about it is that there's Whovians out there that are clever enough to screenshot your tweets. So the ones that you've actually deleted in the past, I actually have. So I will be showing your boss. You claim not to work for Doctor Who magazine, but you're part of the Time team, part of the Time Ladies, yes, that write for Doctor Who magazine. So I will be complaining to your boss. You are hired by Ben Cook, who I've had a run-in with before in the past. And let's just say the last time I had dealings with him, he ran off like a little bitch. So if you think I'm scared of you or any of your little followers, well, you've misjudged me. And I did say that I will make sure you lose your job. You will lose your job. You are not going to go around and discriminate against the male part of this fandom and think you're going to get away with it and then ask those very same fans for money. I don't actually have a problem with the fact that you ask for money. Do you know what I have a problem with? I'll tell you out straight. The fact that you asked on the week that Terrence Dix had died. You couldn't wait an extra week or two, right? You couldn't wait until the fandom got over the fact that one of the greatest writers from the show had passed away. No, you decided to put up a photograph of yourself and your friend from the time, ladies, in a fucking seductive pose and said, all right, lads, we've got it fixed there. Give us your money, right? So you've no problem using your womanly ways when you want to take money off men, but then you go and fucking criticize them every chance you bleed and get. You're a hypocrite, right? You're just like the rest of the fucking gobshites out there, like Chibnall, like Tolson Cole, but fucking plank he is, right? To come out and criticize fucking the fans of this show, giving out about Rosa. Rosa had no place being in Doctor Who. And the fact that you are an ex-Hollyoaks fucking star, wherever the fuck you were, you haven't got a fucking clue, right? You don't know Doctor Who. You don't know the show. You probably never even watched the show. So don't be criticizing the fans that have a fucking problem with an episode like Rosa, because I had no business being in Doctor Who. I don't care about the neighbours anymore. Fuck the neighbours. Right, it's a Friday night, right? Friday evening, it's the weekend. This is my fucking show. I'm fucking having a rant, and I don't give a flying fuck, right? The end of the day, right? That woman, right? And the rest of them that I've had to deal with in the past, Crystal D, the whole lot of them, right? When you pull it up to them, they run off, they play the victim, right? And they do all this other bullshit. Well, no fucking more, right? That woman needs to go because she is the reason, one of the reasons why this fandom is so toxic, because she comes out with this rhetoric all the bloody time. All the time. All the time. Do you know what I would love? I honestly would love to go to a convention that those two are at. I'm telling you, Chris Chibnall and the whole lot of them, Time Ladies, the whole lot of those gobshites that I've had run-ins with. I'd love to meet them all at a convention and see what they say to me face, right? And then as for Chris Chibnall, I'd have plenty to say to him. And I tell you one thing now, I would not hold back. That idiot will feel the full fury of my anger. Jesus.
You'll get the no treatment.
Get the no treatment. You get more than the no treatment. Tell you something, right? Someone says I leave a trail of victims in me wake. No, I don't. I leave a trail of victim players in me wake because they're weak-minded and pathetic. And as soon as you put it up to them, what do? They just go and insult because that's all they can do. So Bet from the Time Ladies, yeah, you do work for Doctor Who magazine because I have the evidence that you work for it, because all you have to do is Google Bet Doctor Who magazine and it comes up and it gives your whole employee record. It says that you were hired by Benjamin Cook. You came on board the Time Team. The Time Team writes for Doctor Who magazine, which means you write for Doctor Who magazine. So don't be lying and saying that you don't. And don't send love my way, by the way, because you probably fucking jinx me and I'll probably walk out that door and get a bang of a fucking car or something. Right? Don't need your love. I've got plenty of fucking love off people. Trust me. Right? You just fucking keep your mouth shut. Stop with your anti-male rhetoric, right? And actually write about the fucking show and be honest about the fucking show as well. Right? You couldn't, I seen your review, right? You, on one hand, you praise it, and then on the other hand, you say it could be a little bit better. But the only thing you focused on was the fact that a single father left the bleeding, what was it, 16-year-old? A fucking 16-year-old girl on her own. And that was the thing that you were worried about. That was the thing that you were most giving out about. Because with yours, it's all this anti-men agenda. That's what you want. That's why I'm so fucking angry, because that's what this fandom has become, because of gobshites like you and the gobshites that came before you and that were let go or left, right? And you will do the same. You will fuck off and then and leave, but you've done your bleeding damage. Well, you're not getting away with it. The other two didn't get away with it. You're not getting away with it. You're going to be reported. And you know what? I have the email address there for poor boss. If anybody wants the email address to write to Doctor Who, the editor, directly to make a complaint about this woman, you may have it. I'll put it up on Twitter for everybody to have. Right? I'm done. I'm done playing games with these people. Right? Done. Sorry, I kind of cut across all your call, but I'll tell you what, Gary won't mind waiting a few more minutes. I'll give you a few more minutes to say whatever else you wanted to say, and then I'll get on Gary. So I'll give you another 3 minutes or so, right? And then, so go ahead. Sorry about that, but I had to get that out.
Yeah. It's okay. You have to get it out your system anyway. I mean, it must feel good. What else was there? Oh yeah, that thing. Oh, William Hartnell was not the first Doctor because 12 other females saw something.
Yeah.
I hope that is not true. I mean, that just totally destroys anything which the show stood for. And the Doctor is a grandfather. He wouldn't be a grandmother unless he was some weirdo who had a personality complex. It's going to confuse the kids. It's going to confuse the fans. Some people will just walk away from it and say, nope, I'm done. Whatever.
Yeah.
Hopefully we go in the right timeline and it's not true. But we'll have to find out next year, which is in a few weeks anyway.
Well,
is there any hope of
that's it. January 1st, it all unfolds on our screen. So January 1st we'll know, because apparently this is supposed to happen in the first episode. So if we get past the first episode and this hasn't happened, I suppose we can breathe a sigh of relief. But again, at the same time, it is Chibnall. He might wait. He mightn't do it in the first episode. He could do it in the fucking third or fourth episode. You never know what this plonker is going to do. That's the problem.
Yeah, he's got no idea. He's got no clue. I mean, you've got creative people and you've got writers, but sometimes you've got people who write, but they don't know what they want. They're lost.
Yeah.
I mean, Moffat was a bit like that. I mean, he built up an arc and then just totally forgot about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, what in the hell was that all about?
I know. You're right.
I mean, I didn't like the conclusion of that me hybrid thing. I thought that was a total anticlimax.
Yeah.
And kind of boring.
I've actually got me forced, believe it or not. Guess who's texted me to be the first caller on Sunday? Yeah. I love the guy. I really do. I already put him automatically down on the list, but it doesn't stop him from texting me. But I have you down on the list. You know who you are. Brilliant. I love it. Listen, but this time, and we're about to run out of time again, but here's the thing. Full boycott, right? It's the only way that is going to work this time, right? And someone put the hashtag up there as well. Nerdaholics did. And I do want everybody to start using it. And please, I want to be responsible for this. And I want people to know that I was the one that called for this hashtag. Now, I know it was used before, but it hasn't been used in a while. But I am calling for everybody to use that hashtag. Cancel Doctor Who. Please use that hashtag. Cancel Doctor Who. And obviously, if you want to use the boycott one as well, use that one as well. But listen, we have to be serious about this. Listen, Peter, I'll tell you what I'll do, mate. If you want me to put you down for Sunday, because it looks like you're getting the courage to ring in a bit more. Do you want me to put you down for Sunday?
Yeah, sounds good.
Right, Grant. I'll have you down for Sunday, right? So you're down, right? To make you'll get. Don't worry, you'll get your you'll all get your proper time. on Sunday, hopefully. Well, we'll see what happens. You never know what could happen Saturday and Sunday. You know, loads could happen. This is the thing. Here, this is the one thing I will say. All these rumours flying about, though, it's given us something to talk about, and we've got some excitement in the fandom. Obviously, we're a bit scared as well because there's stuff coming out that we don't like. But let's be honest, it's gotten everybody talking again, and that hasn't happened with Doctor Who in a long, long time. Maybe that was the point of this rumour in the first place. Maybe actually some people got together and decided, you know, get the fandom talk. I'm not talking about any of the YouTubers that broke the news. I'm talking about sources. Maybe they thought the fandom needed a shock or something, wake them up. Or maybe it's a preemptive strike from these people to try say, well, listen, this is what could happen. You need to wake up and open your eyes. And they've actually helped out the fandom. But either way, as I said, this channel is calling for a boycott. This channel is going to ask you to use the hashtag cancel Doctor Who. So when you're on any official Doctor Who page, hashtag cancel Doctor Who. Let everybody know which side of the argument you are on and let them know the reasons why, because you will be challenged and you will be questioned, right? Tell them why. Tell them why. This is the problem. You need to start speaking up now. There's a couple like Matthew Pounder and myself that have been in the trenches in Facebook, right? And we could tell you horror stories, right? I've had Facebook groups and all made up just to fucking attack me, right? Seriously, Facebook groups. I mean, groups dedicated to actually attacking me, right? This is how bad it is on Facebook. Obviously, Twitter is worse. But what I'm saying is me and Daniel have been at it since day one. Since Jodie Whittaker was announced, we seen how quick the fandom turned. It was unbelievable. And with that, Peter, we could talk about this again all night. But listen, I have you down for Sunday anyway. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. And do me a favor, just give your channels one last shout out there. So it's Bad Wolf 66, isn't it?
Yep, and Bad Wolf Gamer.
And Bad Wolf Gamer. And if anybody is in the live chat that can put his stuff on in the live chat, because I still can't do it because I'm an idiot. We have our resident tech man, Chuckzilla, but I think he's gone now. So if anybody else could put his links in the live chat, we'd really appreciate it. Right, thanks, Peter, for coming on. We'll talk to you soon, mate.
Okay, see you next time.
I'll see you on Sunday, pal. See you on Sunday.
Yep. Okay.
See you, pal. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And don't forget to tune into his channel because he'll have another Telebots Chronicles. He does his own little animations, and you know they're actually very good. I actually sat there and watched them, and you know what? I said it to him the last time, and I'll say it again. They make you think. Right, so last caller. We're obviously a little bit over the time, but I've got a funny feeling we're going to have a sensible head now for the last call. Maybe that's why Gary wanted to go last, because he knew everybody'd lose their shit, and he'll be that voice of reason. So let's bring him on. What? What's wrong? Something happened?
Yeah.
We see Michael Webster is here and Oswald Barr. Welcome back, Oswald Barr. Thank you for coming back. I really appreciate it. See, that's the way the fandom used to act. Me and Oswald Barr had a bit of a disagreement over something yesterday, but he's back here now, showing support. You know, people can have different opinions. I wish just the rest of the fandom was like that. Right. Oh, he said whenever. Thumbs up. That means you're ready to go. Extra Spice Mikey is here as well. Welcome. There you go. We can. Everybody can have disagreements and still get on. That's what I like. I just want to make sure I haven't missed any new names. I just see Michael Webster. Extra Spice Mikey, which I mentioned, and obviously Oswald Barr. What's it? Oswald Barr? Oswald Barr. And I think that's that's all the new names. Yeah. Right. So that's everybody now. Welcome all. Right, we've got the last caller coming on, and here we go. It'll be interesting.
Greetings, Noel and Cheryl.
Hello, Gary.
Hello, Gary. How are you? Can you hear me?
I'm good.
Oh, that's grand. I thought you're the second person that's had to doing that to me tonight now. See that? I thought there for a second you couldn't hear me because there was a slight delay, and I'm like, oh no, not again.
No, I can hear you. First things first, very happy anniversary to you and Cheryl.
Thanks very much. We appreciate that.
And happy birthday to Doctor Who. You had 54 great years and 2 years on life support. But the 54 great years, you can't knock them.
True. All those memories, though.
I thank you for letting me be part of the big Tardis Zone weekend. With between the surprise stream last night and then today, and then tomorrow you're on the panel and the trailer reaction and Sunday's thing. It's like, wow, this is a big Tardis Zone weekend. It's exciting. Yeah,
well, it wasn't. Being honest with you, it wasn't actually planned, but I'm not going to turn down another. If Ballstrek invites me back onto his channel again, I wasn't going to turn that down. I actually thought it went really well, and the fact that he's actually managed to get another 2 guests on, and one of my other favorite YouTubers is actually going to be on with me as well. So I'll be sitting there. Don't be surprised, right? If you don't see me, if you don't hear me say much on Saturday.
Oh no, come on, no,
I'll be there, because I'll have Ballstrek on one side, Gary on the other side, and then starry-eyed girl who just be Dan, the Spacebook, one of the Facebook ladies.
There's no hierarchy. You guys are all equals. So I expect to hear you speaking up a lot.
Well, we'll have plenty to talk about anyway, considering it's Doctor Who's on it, which is actually quite, and that was actually accidental, believe it or not. It's just Ballstrek decided that he was going to do the streams every Saturday now. He's thinking of doing live streams every Saturday. So this is obviously the second one now, is obviously to see if it's worked out, because you know yourself, there's a lot of effort that goes into live streams, to be honest with you, because obviously the timing has to be right, because we're all in different time zones. I think Ballstrek's in Canada. Gary is California.
Gary's up in San Francisco.
Oh, San Francisco. There you go. I'm in Ireland, and then starry-eyed girl, I think she's from England, so we're the same time zone. So there's 2 of us from the same time zone, and the other 2. But I think it's the same time. Ballstrek was saying to me, I think it's the same time, 5 o'clock UK time. So it was the same time as the last. Oh no, 6. That was 6 then, wasn't it? Wasn't it 6? We ended up going live 6, was it? I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, there's plenty to look forward to. I'm actually looking forward to it. Actually, I have to say, as I said, it was very interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah. Hopefully.
So listen, I know that you made a comment a few minutes ago that you're having me on. I'm going to be the calm voice of reason, and that's fine. But I will have you know that I've gone through about 3 stress balls in the last 48 hours.
Wow.
So we'll see. But no, I got to be completely honest.
Right.
I actually a lot of this stuff that's come out in the last couple of days. I got to be honest. I actually put on you, because see what happens when you take a few days off.
Yeah.
The whole Doctor Who world goes to crap.
I know. I was even saying that, seriously though. Isn't it mad? I take a couple of days off and actually all hell breaks loose. They were probably all waiting for me to go on holidays. Oh, here, that nut is gone now. That Tardis nut guy is gone. Come on, we'll throw that information out there. Money messing. But no, you're right. All joking aside,
hopefully your name won't be linked to it, and so But
well, look, I didn't. Yeah. I obviously didn't. I obviously didn't throw that rumor out there. That rumor's already out there. I'm just reporting on it. I mean, at the end of the day, whoever did throw it out there as well is like they're only doing their job as well. They were obviously given the information. So, I mean, at the end of the day, someone somewhere, I reckon someone's having a laugh at it all, right? And having a laugh at all the YouTubers that have reported this, including myself, because they're probably having a nice little laugh to themselves saying, oh, we've played them all. And, I am thinking that maybe someone, a Jodie Whittaker supporter, maybe thought, well, here, how can we infuriate the fandom? Well, let's basically say that they're going to decanonize all the doctors. Maybe gave it to someone that knows someone, then gave it to the YouTubers. The YouTubers are obviously going to do their job and put that information out there. And then what happened when the information was put out there? All hell broke loose, right? Then it goes quiet for a while, and then the rumor resurfaced all of a sudden again. So I do agree. I think it's too outrageous for it to happen. But the fact that it just came out of nowhere, it did knock us all. And I'm being honest with you, it did get to me emotionally. And that's what I've seen. It got to a lot of people emotionally, though. That was the thing. No piece of rumor, let's be honest, no piece of rumor has, as far as I'm aware, has made me as emotional as that piece of information that we got, that we found.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, because that was my yes. Well, so I'll get to my reaction to that in a minute, but I do want to say, as far as the trailer goes, one thing really quick. I know you said that you're going to be doing this reaction thing and you're going to be going slowly through it. The one and only thing that I'm going to be looking for in that trailer, and I desperately hope is there, is some hint of regeneration energy. Yeah. If I see that, I'm going to be jumping for joy. I just want to see that glow around her body. Yeah. And I'll be going, yeah. I don't know if we'll see it, but who knows? And, now it seems like, everybody's saying, well, of course, now there's no, it's pretty clear there's not going to be a Christmas special. And I gotta tell you, to be totally honest, I don't think I've ever mentioned this. Part of me was actually looking forward to Jodie in a homage to the Daleks Master Plan episode, kind of at the end of the episode on the Christmas special, turning to the camera, lifting her glass and saying, and incidentally, a happy Christmas to all of you girls and women at home. But I guess we're not going to be able to see that, but maybe that'll be for another year. As far as as far as the show coming back in January, I think it's interesting that it's kind of uncharted territory, because even the low-rated Capaldi seasons were on more in the spring, I think from April through June, and even some of the early Doctor seasons. So this is really kind of uncharted territory to be on basically in January and February. Apparently they're running the 2 episodes the first week, that'll leave 9 weeks. So basically at the end of February, it'll be done. I don't know what the rate we're going to be. My guess, and this is not born out of irritation or annoyance with the whole current era, but I just have to think that since ratings at this time of year seem to be lower anyway, and without the curiosity factor of everybody tuning in for that first episode to see what a female will be like, I can't say female doctor, I will say a female will be like in the role. Without that artificially inflating the numbers for the whole season, that's not a factor anymore. And with everybody's opinion about Jodie Whittaker at this point pretty much baked in, people know whether they like her or not. They know if they want to tune in or not. They don't have to tune in to find out what it's going to be like. With all of that, my prediction actually is I think the ratings are going to start around where season 11 ended and just go lower from there. So I don't think that's just my prediction. I don't see anything in here which is going to pull people back and have it be. There's no way it's going to be 8, 9, 10, 11. That's just
maybe
just impossible.
See. I don't know. I see. We said this last year, right? I think the first episode of Series 12 is going to do very well, and I think it will reach. I think it will get near what The Woman Who Fell to Earth did. I really do.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think it will. I think people. I think people. Some people have been sucked in by all this Dalek, Cybermen, Jadoon coming back. I think it's been. And I honestly do now believe that BBC have leaked deliberately the Daleks, the Cybermen, and other stuff to get fans excited because Chris Chibnall himself won't let them or allow them release trailers or release any information. So they've probably took it amongst themselves to basically say, well, we're going to do it ourselves. I actually think the first episode is going to do pretty well. It'll be the second and third episode after that. The first episode will have to be absolutely spectacular, like Chris Chibnall said, right, to keep fans on board. And I think he's going to go all out in the first episode. I really do. I think a lot is going to be happening in it, and I think it's going to get lost in itself as well. I think he's overextended. I think he's brought back too many villains. I think this is a huge gamble that is not going to pay off. But I honestly, I know people are saying 6 million. I'm being serious. There's still, whether we like her or not, people will want to see how she does in the first episode of Series 12 to see if she continues to play the role the way she's played it, right? If they see that she continues to play the role the way she's been playing it, then second episode it'll drop completely off. I agree. But I do think the first one is going to get near. I'm not saying it's going to get exactly, it's going to be any better, but it'll just get under their viewing ratings, that Woman Who Fell to Earth. Now, last year, people laughed at me when I said it was good, that last year's episode was going to be one of the highest ratings. Me and Matthew Pounder especially were saying that all over Facebook, that The Woman Who Fell to Earth would be one of the biggest rated episodes, and we were right. And I'm going to be right this time because I know how the fandom thinks now, and I know that there's people out there that say that they won't watch, but they will actually go and watch the first episode because they don't have convictions these days. They don't stick to the convictions. So you will see the first episode of Series 12 do well. It all depends what he produces to keep us there. And if it's anyway good, he'll keep the audience. If it's bad and Jodie Whittaker keeps acting the same, it's gone. It's gone. It's game over. But people don't stick to their convictions. Should stick to your convictions. Go ahead, Gary. Sorry.
I can't. No, I'm sorry. I can't remember if I heard it on one of your streams or read it somewhere that the concentration camp episode is going to be like the second or third one. And if it's the second one, I think it's an extraordinarily risky, questionable, whatever term you want to use, episode to do in Doctor Who anyway. But if they're going to follow up whatever the kind of glitzy premiere is with that, I think that's going to be, I think that's due to be a very controversial or divisive or whatever, depending on the tone they have for it. But, if that's one of the early episodes, I think that could be like a tipping point in terms of how they do it and what the reaction is. But we'll see. I thought I'd read or heard somewhere that was one of the very early ones, but we'll see. I think, as far as what you were saying about, them bringing everything back for Series 12, and I mentioned this very quickly in the chat at the very end of your stream last night. Moffat and Russell T Davies, basically, they put out their mission statements for the show in their first seasons. The Eccleston season told us kind of how RTD was going to approach this, and Series 5, which I think is probably one of the best, Moffat's best season, was his depiction of how he thought of who. And I think, for better or for worse, I think Chibs did the exact same thing with the last series, with having it be a total separation from everything that came before, no call outs to the past or anything. I think series 11, whether he'll never admit it, I think series 11, basically, just like Moffat and RTD, that was the statement of what Chibs wants his Doctor Who to be, or at the very least, what he wants Doctor Who to be used for, in Chibnall's case, in terms of the messaging. So I think all of these returning monsters, villains, companions, whatever, that to me just like smacks of a BBC mandate, probably against what he wanted to do, because I just can't believe that his vision for the show is to have season 11 be what it was and then bring in everything that are the fan favorites. That just doesn't that doesn't track for me.
He didn't want to bring them back. He did an article as well where he said he didn't like the Cybermen. He didn't like the Weeping Angels. No, actually, I think he said he liked the Weeping Angels, but he didn't like the Daleks. He wasn't going to bring back any old monsters. Then Series 11 went to shit. Whether their fans will actually believe it or not, that is the fact. That's a fact. You lose half of your audience from the first episode to the very last one, which was Resolution, and you lose 50%. That's half your audience gone, right? What's happened is they've panicked and they've brought back the Jadoon. They've brought back the Cybermen. They've brought back the Daleks. They've brought back the Master, right? They're throwing everything. They're throwing the kitchen sink at this era, right? At Series 12, right? You don't bring all those, right? You do not go back on your word, right? Here's the point, right? And it all goes back. I'm stopping the clock here because I don't want to break into Gary's time. But it breaks into what Stephen says as well, right? You stick to your convictions, right? So if Chris Chibnall wanted to go this route with Doctor Who, he should have stuck to his principles. And for Series 12, we shouldn't have the Daleks back. We shouldn't have the Cybermen back. We shouldn't have the Jadoon back, because the man should have stuck to his principles. If he actually truly believes in what he's fucking writing, he would have stuck to his principles. But no, he's backtracking like a little bitch because he knows that he fucked it up. Right? And he thinks by bringing all these fucking villains back, he's going to somehow save the show. He's not. As I said, I do think the first episode of the Series 12 will do well because people are just not, they don't stick to their convictions anymore. We live in a world full of fake people, fake personalities, and fake this, right? People say one thing and then they go and do another thing, right? That's it. People just don't fucking stick to their convictions. Fucking say, if you're going to say you're going to boycott the fucking series, right? And I guarantee you that Series 12, its fourth episode, is going to get fucking bigger ratings than everybody else thinks. It's going to fucking skyrocket because gobshites just won't stay away. The people that say they're going to stay away just won't stay away. If you're going to say you stay away and you don't stay away, and you say you've watched it, even though you said you're not going to watch it, well then, as we said, piss off, because you're not helping the situation. Right, we need to finish this now. Go ahead, Gary. We've got a couple of more minutes.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I agree. I agree with you. I think if all these quote unquote returning rumors are true, then you're right. He's massively overcompensating for the steaming mound of Series 11. And it's just that was one of the criticisms that people leveled against John Nathan Turner, is every week was a returning villain. And to me, I mean, in the context of the show, it makes the universe smaller when all you're doing is re-encountering the same few villains over and over. That's why the Hinchcliffe era of Tom Baker was great, because I think in the entire 3 years of the show, there was maybe only, and they were in his first season, there was maybe only three stories that had returning enemies. And that era is considered one of the heights.
Yeah.
So anyway, I really quickly want to address this whole like you, what I hope is just a nonsense rumor, and I hope it does turn out to be just an internet hoax. But you know, when I first heard it, like you, I had the same reaction you did. It was very emotional, like they're, you know, throwing you know, classic Who in the dumpster for the sake of making an agenda statement. And so when I took a breath, I thought, well, if this is true, and again, it's all a huge if. I thought this is kind of just random speculative thoughts we're talking, and not what I really think is going to play out. I thought this is either Chips's egomaniacal bid to leave his own permanent mark on Doctor Who canon, like Moffat did with his Clara saved the life of every doctor ever.
Yeah, we don't talk about that on this channel.
Or else it's his intentional middle finger to all the longtime Who fans who think he's crap. You know, and I wouldn't put that past him. But here's a question I have for the people who think that this is going to easily fit into canon, and it's going to be so progressive and all that. So if this is true, how come in the 5 Doctors, the first Doctor says, "Goodness me, so there are 5 of me now," and not, "Goodness me, so there are 18 of me now"?
Exactly.
And why in the 3 Doctors, which everybody can watch on the glorious new season 10 Blu-ray set, why in the 3 Doctors, when the president of Gallifrey tells a Time Lord tech to, quote, "show me the earliest Doctor," they show William Hartnell?
Yeah.
And why in the 5 Doctors does the very last line of the show, when Tegan says, "Oh, you mean you're going to go on the run in a broken, from your own people, in a broken down TARDIS?" And the 5th Doctor says, "Stay with me, why not? That's how it all started." So unless the very first Doctor, who was a woman, did the exact same thing, well, okay, I'm not really sure how you can.
Well, it still doesn't make any sense. You're right. Either way, it does not make any sense. It goes against things that were on screen. But these people, let's be honest, Gary, we know these people don't give a shit about canon. We see it happening in the Star Wars fandom. We've seen it happen, right? Ghostbusters as well. We've seen it. They don't give a shit about canon. But what we must do is, we as I said, this side of the fandom has stayed. I'm not saying they haven't said that, because that's unfair. But the problem is that you aren't as organised as the other side. And when you say you are going to do something, you just stick to it. If you're going to boycott, you boycott. If you're not going to boycott, if you say you're going to boycott and you're not really going to boycott, don't say you're going to boycott, because you don't help the situation. Be true to yourself. If you're going to watch, own it and say, "I'm going to watch Doctor Who and I'm going to make up my own mind," right? But own that shit. If you're not willing to own that shit, well then again, I'll say to you, you know, you've no convictions, you don't stick to your guns, well then how can you ever be trusted as a human being? You've got to stick to your convictions, right? You have to have convictions, and I'm sticking to them this time, right? I'm calling for a boycott of Series 12 Doctor Who, and I'm asking you to use the hashtag cancel Doctor Who. I'm deadly serious. I'm not backing down on this, because I'm being honest with you. I'd rather see this show die right now than see a Series 13 with Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall at the helm. I'm sorry, but I am not going to sit back and watch a 3rd year of this fucking shit show. No way. It ends after Series 12, and we make sure it ends after Series 12. That is what our job is going to be. Would you like to add on to that, Gary, before we go? Sorry, I've gotten a bit ranty tonight.
No, I know. Just really quick, just the last couple of things. So I'm like you. I've been a fan since I was a preteen. And to me, my personal opinion about all this is, as much as I love the show, I actually believe that no Who is better than bad Who. So I'm kind of like you, where I would be like really quickly, like a quick 10-second response to Stephen Griffith's comment in the chat about, well, for all the examples I was citing, they might have William Hartnell's Doctor just say, well, he forgot the regenerations before him with amnesia or something. That's why I tossed in that quote from the 3 doctors because it showed the Time Lords themselves and the president of the Time Lords acknowledging that the earliest doctor, and they used the words earliest doctor, was William Hartnell. It doesn't matter if the doctor himself gets amnesia or can't remember. You have the Time Lords themselves
say it, and on screen as well.
The earliest doctor.
Exactly, on screen as well, which makes it can't. So look, they can't. Look, it is outrageous, but you know, as I said, this is the only piece of rumor that I've ever encountered that had an emotional response from fans. And I'm being honest, even fans that are actually fans of Series 11, and I'm not talking about the militant ones, the J-bots. I'm talking about these fans that have stuck around because they love of Doctor Who. Even they're even starting to think, what the hell? Like, even groups that I've had arguments with on Twitter, and I see they're putting up, if this happens, I'm finished with Doctor Who. And I'm like, oh, so we've actually reached the point. So now we know where the line is drawn. So you don't mind a female doctor, but if they go back and actually make the female doctors the first regeneration cycle, that's where you draw the line. Well, no. The line should have been drawn when she was fucking cast in the first place, and you should have all come out and fucking protested it, and you should have all gave out about it, and you should have all come out and said this is not what we want for Doctor Who. But no. The other side got organised. They got themselves in powerful positions, right? They've got the smallest minority, but they've got the biggest voice right now. We've got the biggest minority, but we've got the smallest voice. We've got to change that now. We've got to become the biggest voice in this fandom. Okay? Now, I've already said it to other YouTubers as well. They're going and doing their videos. By the way, I think while I was on Ballstrek, dropped a video. So after this live stream, go straight over to his channel. He has a new Doctor Who video that he has. And he talks about the rumour, obviously, and other stuff as well. And Ballstrek is going to have some juicy videos coming up in the next few weeks as well. Because as I said, some of us have decided that we're going to band together now. And we're really going to immobilize this fucking fandom. Because it's about time something was done.
So no, I'm gonna save some stuff for Sunday. So put me on the list for Sunday.
I will.
But I will sign off for tonight by just saying real quick about this new picture and the new tagline, which is space, period, for all. Right?
Yeah.
That's the tagline.
That is, yeah.
My preferred tagline for the season, instead of space, for all, I wish it was time to go.
And with that, thank you, Gary.
There you go.
Gary, thank you for coming on, and I've put you down on the list for Sunday as well. Apparently, there's a poll that Cheryl wants to show me. Right, what is it? What's the poll?
It's
Doctor
Who versus New Who.
Right, who's winning?
Showrunner, Jonathan Nathan Turner or Chibnall.
Right, who's winning? Right, so here's the question. Right, Gary, I'll ask you before you go, by the way, before everybody else goes, here's a question for you. So, who was the better showrunner between Jonathan Nathan Turner and Chris Chibnall? Now, I know that's going to be a hard one, but there is a poll on this, and Cheryl is going to give me the poll results so far. So, what is the poll result so far?
What people are saying first.
No, we don't want to hear what people are saying. We just want the result.
73% of the vote has gone to JNT.
Hold on. They're saying that JNT is a better writer than Chris Chibnall. Holy shit.
Showrunner.
73% of people on Doctor Who Infinity's group think that Jonathan Nathan Turner is a better writer than Chris Chibnall.
They're like, choose one or the other.
Right, yeah, but they're saying choose one or the other, but they've chosen Jonathan Nathan Turner. Yeah. That says it all for me. That says it all for me. I'm sorry.
And that 27% is all of Chibnall's relatives and people.
And the poll about the whole retcon.
Oh yeah, how did that end?
That ended with 11% saying yes and 89% with a hard no.
So they did the
Hey, Noel. If the poll was who do I think is a better Doctor Who showrunner, Chris Chibnall or the grapefruit that's on my kitchen counter right now, I would vote for the grapefruit that's on my kitchen counter right now.
I know. They did another poll as well. Doctor Who Infinity do great polls, right? So the rumor poll. So they put up if
5,000 votes.
Right, it got 5,000 votes, by the way. So 5,000 fans voted on this poll, and the simple question was asked: if they were to decanonize the Doctor, blah blah blah, would you agree with it? 89%. 89% of this fandom said no. So well done to those, right? They got a brain. But 11%, 11%, right? That's 5,000 people. 11% of this fandom ought to be ashamed of themselves and should be exposed as the idiots that they are. If you think it's okay to decanonize the Doctor, and I said it last night, and Gary might like me saying this, but I'll say it again. If you agree to that, if you think that this rumor, right, and you agree to this rumor, and I actually seen another gobshite that I've had a run in with, I'm going to name drop him. Sean the Mardashian Cyberman has been going around, actually, by the way, private messaging people on Twitter, telling people on Twitter that I'm lying. Now, the reason why I know this is because several people that he has sent messages to send them to me. Now, I'm just going to say something to you, right? I told you once before, right? Mind your own business, right? Second of all, not you, Gary. Yeah, not you. Another thing, by the way, you said you wouldn't mind this happening because you wouldn't mind seeing the fandom lose their shit, right? Well, I always knew you were a bit of a fake woke soy boy anyway, but you just proved it with that tweet. By the way, if you're thinking of taking it down, I already took a screenshot of it because, as I said, I'm that clever. But the fact that you actually would like it to happen just so you could see all of us lose our shit, right? Just is ridiculous. You just shown your true colours. You are virtual signaling just like all the rest of them, little gobshite, right? That think you're some sort of writer, by the way. Your first book came out, but nobody's fucking heard of your book, right? Now, I know you're the little twat that's going to bet and giving her all the information because I've seen the tweets that you sent Bet, right? So you obviously have a little crush on Bet, right? I'm going to tell you now, right? And I've warned you before and I'm going to warn you again. Stay off my Twitter account. I have actually gotten rid of your ass. So I don't know how you're getting into my Twitter account. But do not be coming on my Twitter account, right? And fucking trying to get people to come onto my YouTube channel and my Twitter account to harass me. Because if you're going to do that, trust me, I'll send a load of shit your way. All right? I've been accused of doing it before and I've never done it. But I will openly do it this time, right? So if you want to take me on, you little twat hole, right? Go for it. But I told you already, you little bitch, don't be going anywhere near me Twitter account. Now, you've been warned again. And yes, you are getting a warning, right? You've been warned. Stay away from me and don't be making those noises. I told you already. This is a war, right?
It's not.
Well, stop making sound effects then. Every time, next time I do a stream, you're not here. I can't do them anymore. I really can't. Not with you in the room. No, you just can't. Just keep your opinions to yourself. All I hear is I told her if she had a problem with that, and I said she was to keep her emotions and her opinions to herself. I didn't want to know because it's causing a lot of problems, right? This bullshit, right? And she keeps doing it, and I keep telling her not to do it. Now, what were you talking about that was so important that you put me off?
Well, I was explaining to someone that texted me that wasn't quite sure what was going on because that person thought it was about just a female doctor.
Right,
what was
right.
The big rub because it's been going on for a year. And so I was like, no, explaining the whole
There's nothing awkward. This is the way me and Cheryl go on. So if anybody thinks we're fighting, we are. Who gives a shit? Right, Gary, anyway. Back to what I was saying. Send him to Matrix, says someone. Very funny.
No, like I said, I'm actually saving some. I'm actually saving a lot of stuff for Sunday, so we have stuff to talk about on Sunday. And so I'll just say good night, and I'm really looking forward to your the panel tomorrow.
No problem. I'm looking forward to myself, and I shall. Ted's crying again. And I shall talk to you on Sunday. I have you down anyway. You're down on the list, so yourself, Peter, and Daniel are on the list so far. So,
and if there's some extra time on Sunday, Cheryl and I can sing a medley of songs from Grease 2 or something like that.
Oh, Jesus Christ, not you too. Fuck's sake. Don't tell me you like that movie as well, do you?
We've got a whole thing.
I love it.
How are you?
I love it.
It's ridiculous. It's one of the worst sequels ever made. You get Grease, which is fucking Oscar worthy.
I want your opinion. I will tell you to give. You sit there and you just respect this right now. Gary and I are enjoying this too, and we will.
Cheryl and I will sing, and it'll be great. You'll see.
And I don't want to hear a peep out of you. You sit there and just freaking enjoy it. Mic drop.
Oh, Jesus Christ. And you know what? She will make me watch it and all. That's the weird thing about it. And I'll be like, no, not watching it. Right, listen. Don't forget.
All right, good night. Good night to you both.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you were still here, Gary. Jesus
Really?
Christ.
You were just
Oh, no. See, you fried me brain, woman. Don't. Right. Gary, good night. Love you.
Good night to you. Love you too. See you guys on Sunday.
Talk to you on Sunday. Right. Now, Ted is upset. Mammy is right.
You're sleeping on the couch.
And I don't care if I'm sleeping. Do you know what? Brilliant. I'm sleeping on the couch. I'll actually get a sleep tonight.
You don't come to bed at night.
But Ori, I'll actually get sleep in the morning.
Which you do anyway.
Right. Well, yeah, after I have to maneuver around you and Ted.
Yeah.
Seriously, man, we've got this big ass double bed, right? And you think Ted was about 50 stone. Seriously, you think he was a big fatty, right? Because I tried to get into the bed and I can't. Why are you crying like that? Come here to me. Are you upset about something? What happened? Do you want a Dr. Phil moment? Come here. Dr. Phil, come here. Come on. Oh, come on. We'll have a Dr. Phil moment. Come here. Come on, Ted. Come here. Here, do you want your ball? This is the ball, by the way. This is the ball he goes crazy about. Here, Ted. Come on. What's wrong with him? He's just sitting there. Right. Domestic bliss. It's great. It's absolutely brilliant. It's brilliant. You know why? Because me and Cheryl probably have the most honest relationship out there because we don't bullshit each other. Right? She knows what I'm like. She knows I don't have a filter. Yeah, she might like it sometimes. She'll probably give me a clatter later on, but that's deserved. Right? But I take it. But she knows I love her. Like, she's loving me life. Best decision I made. Like, and you know what? I recommend marriage to people out there. Really would. They say you shouldn't be with the one person because it's unnatural and all that crap. But I believe you can do it. You know, you can. And people out there are just greedy, aren't they? Nowadays. They want more than just the one wife or the two wives or whatever. They want several. You know? But I couldn't do that. One woman is enough for me. Trust me. Do you know these men that have 2 or 3 wives? I kind of laugh because like they've got 3 women now that could wreck their heads. Because let's be honest, men are just as bad as women, but women can do nothing. Imagine 3 of them. Right, so tomorrow, Doctor Who trailer reaction. I will get that up as soon as I can. Now, there might be a chance that I could be live with Ballstrek when the trailer drops. Doesn't matter. I will still get it out after I do what I have to do with Ballstrek. Hopefully it's before. I think it is before. I think it's 3 o'clock UK time, if I remember correctly seeing it was 3 o'clock UK time. So I don't think I'm going live with Bolstrek for another 2 hours after that. So I might be able to get it done. What else have we got? Then on Sunday, we obviously are back with the live stream. Maybe we'll get Cheryl involved with the live stream on Sunday. Everybody seems to like Cheryl. Maybe you could just, if I do anything wrong, she could just clatter me like she did the last time. What was that? When did she give me the clatter the last time? See, we have a great relationship. It's brilliant. What else? Then we got Monday. Then obviously we got Monday stream, but we'll have a lot. And look, I know there's a few people that haven't turned up tonight because they're obviously sick and tired of all this. But unfortunately, all this is starting up again now. We're gearing towards Series 12, and unfortunately, you know, this is the way it's going to be now for the next few months. I will still get a few classic reviews out there, and we still do a few classic streams. I'll still do the interviews like I said I'm going to do, and I'll be doing the reviews with other YouTubers. But it's going to be pretty much Series 12 information rumor, and then Series 12 from now until the series actually airs. As I said, we will stick in the odd night where we do a classic stream or maybe a new Who stream, talk about both. But that's what we're going to be doing, because that's what the channel was set up for anyway in the first place, to concentrate on this era. That's what I originally, started doing my review videos for. I did originally set up the channel because I wanted to do Doctor Who videos, but they were slideshow art videos. But after Series 11 dropped, I changed the way the channel, I changed the direction of the channel. And I've been dealing with Series 11. Jodie Whittaker's obviously casting. Excuse me. And I'll be doing it for Series 12. So, Doctor Who Series 12 drops. What date are we on now, Sarah? What's the date?
23rd.
It's the 23rd now. Right, so it's the 23rd. So we've got what? So a week in this month left. And then, so we've literally 5 weeks from now, right? Well, not literally now, but 5 weeks' time, Doctor Who Season 12 drops, right? So 5 weeks, that's not long. That's not long. And there's still going to be a lot more announcements made. There's still going to be a lot. It'd be very interesting to see what this. Do you know what? Before I go, just to leave you with this thought. Remember last year, right? Remember all the promotion that they had for last year, right? Remember how much they went all out. And look at what they've done this year, right? We've got that stupid poster, right? With the Jodie Whittaker's Dark Side or whatever, playing on Star Wars or something, whatever they were thinking. And then you had that little 15-second Tardis teaser, which I do like, and I'm not going to lie. I still love that little teaser, even though it's nothing. I love it. I actually do. And then what did we get next? Then we had the BBC then announce stuff. What the hell? It's like me mouth. So there's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. It doesn't matter. I see. All the trolls are circling my channel already, man. They're waiting for me to. They're waiting for it to be officially confirmed that Chibnall and Whittaker are staying, so they can have a go at me. But nothing has been confirmed, right? Now, as I said, the rumor has popped up that Chibnall might stay on. That is a possibility, right? But Whittaker gone. All I'll say is the information I've gotten since January hasn't changed about her leaving. Now, the only way that will obviously actually change, and Gary actually even, was it Gary that spoke about the relationship between Whittaker and Chibnall is not as solid, or was that Matrix Lord? I think it was Matrix Lord, saying that the relationship between Whittaker, was it Matrix Lord? I thought, whoever said it anyway, that the relationship between Chibnall and Whittaker is not as strong as it used to be, because obviously he did send her down the garden path. Man, he basically gave her a car with no engine. Gave her a car with no engine. You can't. It's worthless. Like, you need the fucking engine. You gave her nothing. Told her not to look at the show. She didn't. So, look, as I said, the information hasn't changed, but look at it. Look, this is the way I look at it anyway, right? I think we've been very lucky on this channel anyway when it came to Doctor Who news. We've gotten almost everything spot on this channel, right? If it so happens that Chris Chibnall does stay, there's nothing I can do about that, right? I just passed on the information anyway. And I did say that if it doesn't, I will feel responsible because I have gotten a lot of people's hopes up. And yeah, that's the unfortunate thing doing videos like this. You do get people's hopes up. And I know that, right? I think I got emotional last night. I was thinking of all you guys as well as thinking about what they were planning on doing to the show if this rumor was true, right? So I feel the pain like you all, right? But at the end of the day, for people to start saying, you know, well, you lied and you're doing this, that, and that. Did I put a gun to your head and tell you that Jodie Whittaker was leaving? Did I put a gun to your head and tell you that Chris Chibnall was leaving? No. I said I believed you were going 100%, but you could believe whatever you wanted. But some J-bots out there and some people that are already sick, because I've already had messages, people saying, oh, well, you've seen the article, haven't you? They're staying, just give it up now. And I was like, well, they haven't actually really said that. And I said, they're under contract. They have to promote the show. We will wait until the show starts. Because that's when we'll find out. Because remember one thing. Do you remember when we did the interview with Eddie? And he actually said in the interview, I think it was the very first interview. Do you remember when he said that if they do announce Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker are leaving, they will announce it at the very last minute, right? So they'll wait till the very last. And remember, how many episodes were we in when we found out the news about Christopher Eccleston standing down? Right? So there's still plenty of time for those two to go. Now, one of them might stay. Now, I've asked you out straight, which would you rather? Jodie Whittaker or Chris Chibnall? As I said, Jodie Whittaker would be the lesser of the two evils, but I still believe that both need to go to save this show. But there is a possibility, and I'm just going to say it out straight because I do the Doctor Who news. There's a possibility that one of them might stay. I just don't know which one at this stage. Nobody knows, right? Nobody knows right now who's staying and who's going. They are both coming out and saying that there's, well, Chibnall has come out and said that he's working on Series 13. What was interesting about that article was actually he didn't mention Whittaker in the article at all. So there's a possibility that Chibnall could stay. But again, as I said, they are promoting this show. They were under contract with the BBC, so they are obliged to promote this series. Now, part of that is even if they were sacked, they would still have to promote it. They'd still have to say they're working on the show. Christopher Eccleston said the same. So there still is a little bit of hope out there. But I've got a feeling, and I'm just going to prepare you all on this channel now, right, that I reckon only one of them is going to go, right? I don't know that for a fact, but that's the feeling that I have right now, that only one of them are going to go and two of them are not going to go. Now, is that my fault? No. Did I put a gun to people's heads? No, but there's some people out there that will circle around and blame me on spreading rumors. Right? At the end of the day, that's what my channel deals in, rumor, speculation, and source stuff. Let's be honest, the source on this channel has been spot on about most things. So I'm sorry, I know people will say, well, it's the two biggest bits of news. I get that. But look at all the other news that we did get off them that they were spot on. So for me, you know, I'd be disappointed. I will be gutted. I'll be gutted like yours. But what can I do? Well, what can I do? I was convinced that the boat had gone. Now I'm not quite sure. But it can change. And anybody that knows how source information works anyway, and knows how it goes about, knows that information can change like that anyway. Right? He probably has the BBC by the fucking balls and has made some fucking sort of deal where they've no choice but to make that deal as well. Right? There could be loads of little things going on. Maybe when he pissed off, that was him trying to do a bit of a power play because they knew once he left, they'd beg him to come back because he'd have to promote the show. And he came back at the latest time because he's only popped up recently, right? He did the Welsh Baptist, but that was the first time he was seen in ages. So all of a sudden, then he's back. Everything seems to be out. I'm being honest. Remember, I told you the chaos in Cardiff, and do you remember I said when I told you they were coming back because he was coming back to oversee things? I wouldn't be surprised if they all sat down, right? Because I said this at the time. They all sat down, got their issues all sorted, sang kumbaya, had a load of drink, had sex with each other, and then decided that he was going to stay. And with that, I should say good night, God bless, and I shall talk to you all tomorrow. Obviously, I'll talk to some of you tomorrow, and then I'll talk to you all on Sunday, and then we'll have crazy trailer reaction and all this. And yeah, that was a mic drop moment, and we've got the 4 hours. I can't believe I actually went 4 hours tonight, but you know what? It was a good one, so I don't mind. And now, oh, by the way, if you don't see me tomorrow, I forgot to say, actually, because there might be a chance you mightn't see me tomorrow. And that's because my wife is probably going to bash me head in as soon as I go off. Yeah, see, she's already told me. So if you don't see me tomorrow, remember to say prayers for me, rest in peace and all that, the Tardis Zone, and let people know that I was part of this fandom for a while, and I left a little footprint. Yeah. No, don't say that. Jesus, people are saying R.I.P. Don't be saying that. Don't be jinxing it, for fuck's sake. Yes, I'll go to bed to bleeding tonight and I won't wake up or something. Shit, I shouldn't be saying that. I know, I do think that shit as well. I make claim to the Tardis Zone channel if you're dead. No. The Tardis Zone channel will die with me. It was my creation and it will go down with me. Because I think that's the way it should be. But don't worry, if that does happen to me, I'll make sure I leave a goodbye video for you all to weep over when I'm dead. You know? But yeah. And me enemies then will have a good... nah, you've got a good few decades left in you. I thought I seen 2 decades. I was going to say, what? Ridiculous. And we're all going to war. Ted can run the Tardis Zone. Yeah, we'll give it to Teddy. We'll call it the Teddy Tardis Zone. Yeah, and it'll just be Ted sitting there like a... Right. Don't forget to go and watch Bolstreck's latest Doctor Who video, guys. Right? I'm always going to give that guy a shout out because I'm being honest with you. Himself and Gary have helped this channel. I mean, look at the subs. I haven't even mentioned the subs because I didn't want to kind of make it all about that. But look at what's happened to the channel since I've appeared on both. Appeared on Bolstreck's, and then I got a shout out off Gary on his channel, and I couldn't believe him. So I want to thank them guys because they're trying to help this channel out as much as they can, and you know what they've always done. I've got great time. Do you know what? Those lads get an awful lot of stick. People accuse them of stuff and all, and preying on people's anger and all this, right? They're fans of these franchises, though. You just can't see that you are clearly blind. They're fans of these franchises. They're not playing on hate. They fucking hate they hate what's happening to their franchises them fucking selves. So they're not jumping on people's hate for franchises because they fucking hate them themselves, you idiots. I'm talking to these people that have a problem with them. Like, do you know what I mean? They hate them themselves. They've got genuine disgust from what's happening. They go and they set up their YouTube channels, and then they're accused of, but you're only going with all the hate. You're only doing videos because you know people hate, and you're just drunk. No, it's not. It's because they bleeding hate the bleeding thing too. And I get accused of that on this channel. I get accused of storing up hate, spreading lies. Rumour. I've said it all the time for all you ticks, including you, Sean, right? Right, I'll say it again, right? Rumour. Take it with a pinch of salt. Do you understand those words? They're the words that I've been using throughout my whole time doing the rumour, speculation, and all these videos. If I have said I believe the source 100% myself, That's been a personal preference, a personal thing. I haven't put a gun to your head and told you that you should believe everything I say. And all those idiots out there, and now someone's picking on Ballstrek again because they've nothing better to do than pick on Ballstrek, a bunch of trolls. I'm gonna go over and have a look at his video anyway. Because you know what, you will always notice and you will always see on Ballstrek's videos on some of them. If I see someone attacking them, I jump in there. I don't give a shit. That's a mate, right? And that's what we need to be doing. We need to be backing each other up. YouTubers backing each other up as well. And that's what I do. And I've always done that. And you know what? That's one thing I am proud of on this channel, right? I've always given shout outs to people's channels, right? And I'm not being smarter. I don't have to. You know what I mean? I don't need to do it. But I do it. And I'm not saying I should get on. I'm not looking for anything like that. But I do it, right? I give out the shout outs, right? I make sure I read out people's fucking names, right? Because I like to make people feel part of it, right? And then you've got fucking people like that Dr. Dude fucker, right? Dr. Dude, right? Go and check out his video on YouTube. He did a video on Ballstrek, right? Where he's saying he can't even say his name. By the way, it's Ballstrek, not Ballstrek, or whatever which way you say it. You can't even say his name right, you baldy clown, right? So if you're going to actually insult the guy, at least get his name right, right? He's not lying to you because the rumor actually came out, you fucking prick, that they're trying to decanonize the doctor. So when he said they were trying to, what do they call it? They're trying to cancel John Pertwee. He was right. That's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to cancel John Pertwee, but you're such a male feminist little prick. As I said, one of those that probably fancies Beth and all those other gobshites from the Time ladies and the Time team, right? You've got your head in the clouds, mate. You need to wake up and smell the coffee. And don't be doing little videos with your 22 or 25 subscribers or wherever you have, trying to make a name for yourself. See, what happened was you seen some other YouTuber do a YouTube video on Ballstrek. Ballstrek tore him a new one, right? And then you decided, you little baldy clown, that you are going to jump on board, right? And make a name for yourself. Well, it backfired, you little clown, because nobody actually gives a flying fuck about you, right? And now he's picking on him again. Do you know what? I've had enough of this fandom. Gobshites like that. Gobshites like that. See all these people that I've mentioned tonight. Be warned. Be warned. This fandom has woke up. This fandom is alive now. And this fandom is going to fight tooth and nail for this show. You do not realise what you have done. What you people should have done was kept your mouth shut from the beginning, right? And what you should have done is when you seen how the direction the show was going in, you should have stood with us, right, side by side, and said enough was enough. But you didn't. So you are all traitors. All you J-bots are traitors. Everybody that supports this decanonization of the Doctor is a traitor. Every single person that supported Series 11 is a traitor. Anybody that watched Series 11 is a traitor. And I add myself into that because I watched it. We're all fucking traitors. Now it's time for us to do fucking something about it, right? It's time for us to do something about it. We can actually do something about it. So let's do something about it. Enough is enough, right? We've done enough talking. It's time for action from this fandom, right? So anybody out there that likes writing, right? What I'd like you to do is I want you to start writing your articles about the Series 11, highlighting the problems with the show and putting your blogs out there, right? People that have YouTube channels, if you've never done a Doctor Who YouTube video before, I encourage you to go out there and do a YouTube video. Get your thoughts and opinions out there. Let people know that you are not happy about this era. It's about time that this side of the fandom, and I said it earlier on, it's time to rise up and show these fuckers that enough is enough. Without respect, we reject. Tosin Cole slated the fans. Manip Gill has had a go at the fans. Chris Chibnall has had a go at the fans. And of course, we've had Jodie Whittaker have a go at the fans. The only one that actually hasn't had a go at the fans, and I haven't seen an article, and hopefully he doesn't, because I love the man to bits, is Bradley Walsh. And I think he's been very, very, very clever, and he has managed to stay out of it, and I'm glad he has. Because if he was to come out and say something, I would absolutely lose me shit. Because I absolutely love him as a comedian, I love him as an actor, and I love the TV show The Chase. And I don't want to have to boycott that shit because he's opened his mouth. Just please, Bradley Walsh, if you're watching this video, and I know you're not, but if anybody knows Bradley Walsh, please tell him not to say anything. Nothing. Nothing. Right? You kept out of it. Let the rest of them talk. You say nothing. Right? And we've also had Piers Wenger. Right? Now, anybody who doesn't know who that gobshite is, that gobshite is the head of the BBC drama. That gobshite is actually responsible for convincing Chris Chibnall to stay for another series, by the way. This gobshite was the gobshite that actually turned around and says, where is it? I think I have the tweet there, where he goes and he slags off Peter Capaldi, right? And basically called all of Jodie Whittaker's predecessors dull and boring, right? So we've even had it from the top all the way down. So when you have it from the top all the way down, obviously the fans of this era are going to be the same, are going to have the same attitude, and I'm going to carry on. Of course I'm still on. This is a war. I don't think Mammy realizes when I say it's a war, it's a war. But with that, I am going to go, because I actually want to go and play a bit of FIFA to get me mind off this Doctor Who business for a couple of hours. And then I'll be back at it again tomorrow. But listen, just do me a favor, guys. This is it now, right? We know Series 12 is going to happen. We cannot change that, right? We can't, right? But what we could do is we can make goddamn sure that Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker, even if there is a chance that the two of them do stick around, right? It's their job to make sure and to send BBC a message, right? And how we send a message is we boycott Series 12, right? Because if you don't boycott Series 12 and you give Series 12 the ratings, right? If you give them the audience ratings, right? And you watch, right? Well, then there's going to be a Series 13 of this era. Right, so if you want to nip it in the bud, because I'm sick of fans saying, oh, I wish this era would end now. I'm just going to sit back and wait until it's finished. No, you're not going to sit back and wait until it's finished. You're going to get up off your arse and you're going to complain, right? You're going to actually say, no, enough is enough. I've had enough, right? And let people know why, right? And then you boycott it, obviously, right? You use the hashtag, as I said, cancel Doctor Who. We have to kill this show dead, and how you kill it is you kill Series 12, right? You boycott Series 12, you kill it. You don't buy any of the merchandise when the merchandise comes out for it, and you kill it. You send BBC a message. And for anybody that thinks that a boycott won't work, trust me, it will. A boycott will work. It's just people have to have the will to do it, and I'm hoping you have the will to do it this time, because there's no turning back from this. Once we go for this, we have to go all the way. We can't go half-arsed. We have to do it. Right. I'm going to go because I'm going to check out Ballstreck's video first, actually. I knew there was something I had to watch. And then I'm going to see you on Saturday. Then I'll see you on Sunday and Monday. Listen, thanks for joining me. I can't believe 20 people have stuck around right until the very end of this stream. I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that actually has subscribed in the last few days. It's been absolutely madness, I have to say. And you know what? Do you remember I said it'd be a miracle if we get to 1,000 subscribers before the end of the year? Well, I thought I said, let's try Gary before Series 12 starts. Well, it looks like that could be an actual goal. We could actually get there. Hopefully, it'll be a nice way to celebrate, won't it? So thanks for joining me. Sorry I went a bit overboard with the 4 hours and 15 minutes. I'm not going to apologize for anything I said tonight, because to be quite honest with you, I'm gonna stick to what I said. And you can still tell that I'm pissed off. So I don't regret anything I've said. You know, that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. That's just the way it is. Oh yeah. Can anybody tell me where those? Shh, Cheryl, say nothing. I know you know it.
Believe me, I won't.
Right? I know you know it. Right? So, does anybody know where those lyrics came from? What the song was? That's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. That's just the way it is. Oh yeah. Anybody remember? Okay, Cheryl, tell everybody. What? No, that's not the version I was thinking a 2-pack, but however.
Well, I was thinking of the original.
No, well, I was thinking of the best version, which is the 2-pack version, right? That other version is just too slow. Put a bit of 2-pack in it and you've got yourself a classic. Right, listen. I'll talk to you, so I'm definitely going now. My wife says that I always say I'm going to go and I never do, so I'm actually going to go this time. And I can see Michael is, yeah, Michael. We get the message, Michael. We agree with you as well. We agree. You're just going to keep, okay, yeah, okay, just keep going. Same sentence. Just same sentence. Nice. Right, listen, but you are right, he is a wanker. And by the way, Chibnall, I made that pregnant joke. So was Chibnall watching me and making throwing a dig at me? Because if you wear chibbies, I tell you what, man, I see lately a lot of YouTubers are getting into the boxing ring with each other. How about me and you? Boxing ring, we sort out our differences. You win, I'll accept Jodie Whittaker as the doctor. I win, you get the fuck out of our show and you walk out with your willy between your legs. They say tail, but I'm going to say willy. Right? How about it? Josh, that's not even a competition. Come here for a minute. I stand in the ring with that Josh Snares fella and he piss himself.
He said he cannot say goodbye and just get off the internet. He just can't.
Seriously, man, I just have to throw a pint of soy milk at him and he's distracted. Chibnall is a prick then. Yeah, he's a wanker and a prick, right? I'm gonna go because this is getting mad now. This could end up being do you know what? We'll do a 24-hour stream. Why not? Right? I'm only messing. There's no way. I'm getting overtime for this, says Chuckzilla. Is Chuckzilla the only moderator that's hung around? Yep. He is. Oh, promotion. Right, I am gonna go. Listen, thanks again, everybody. As I said, I appreciate all the support, and I know this channel. Some of you are looking at this channel for the first time, think we're a bunch of mad, and I'm mad fucker. You are right. I am a bit crazy, but look, that's what makes this channel fun because you never know what you're gonna get from me. Obviously, I do behave myself a little bit more when I'm on other people's channels because it's their channels. You have to respect their rules. So, but when I'm on my own channel, I have my own rules, but I break them because I love breaking rules. So I break my own rules.
You mean like saying goodbye and getting up?
Yeah, I'm going to go now because the wife is actually going to kill me. So good night. God bless. Teddy, I'm going to come with you now. But Teddy, can we have one last hug before I die? Right, good night. God bless. Talk to you all tomorrow. For that reaction trailer, obviously I'll do it. We'll have a laugh. Might even do it live just for the laugh, just so you can actually see me facial and noise expressions. Yeah, and then I'll do a more in-depth analysis of the trailer. There might be something that I'll see in it that we might cop. Hopefully, as Gary said, we might get a little bit of regeneration energy. That'll be great because then I'll just sit back and laugh. Because once there's a little bit of regeneration energy, they're gone. They're gone. No, it's bye-bye. See yous. Good luck. Adios. Au revoir. No, I can't say top of the morning because that's saying good morning. I forget what it is in Irish. I know, pathetic. I'll learn it for the next time. Au revoir. I don't know what the others are. Ding dong do. Bye bye. Yeah, say goodbye, Ted. See you.